here with us today. And I've been looking forward to this space. I have been looking forward to this space, because right after the Supreme Court ruling, a lot of people have felt so despondent. They really don't know what direction to take anymore. So, so what's the next step after the whole thing? We're not just gonna let ourselves just watch these people keep, destroying our nation like that. There are so many things we're going to discuss here today. Promises to be a very, very interesting conversation. You know, we're going to discuss way forward. We're going to discuss. It's like okay. Um, I'm getting some DMs already. I may not be able to respond to DMs right now. I will try as much as possible to respond in the course of this space. So there are so many things we're going to discuss on this space today, and it promises to be a very engaging conversation. I urge every one of you here to do well to share this space. Let's get everyone here. Let's get many more people on board. The more, the merrier. We have Jackson here. We have Bruce Wayne here. Very good to have you here, Bruce. We are still expecting the executive director of NADECO USA, Professor Monday Gold. We also no Mr. Lloyd Uko rather is the executive director of NADECO USA. We're expecting him here. We're also expecting Professor Monday Gold. He was here earlier. I don't know what happened. Maybe he fell off. Also, Mr. David Adinekon and Mr. Gregory Simpkins. It promises to be a very engaging conversation. So, without wasting much time, I'm going to pass the mic back to Jimmy.
All right. Thank you very much, Pels. I can see their request now. Mr. Lloyd is already here with us. Let me put him up. Uh, okay, he's coming up. I'll be expecting. Okay, so I mean, you've rightly said, Lloyd Oku is the executive director of NADECO USA. Professor Mundi Gold, president of Global Nigerian Diaspora Forum, and Mr. David Adenekon, Publicity Secretary, NADECO USA. Bruce Fedden, international and constitutional law expert. He's been around and he's been in the game for a very long time. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Bruce. Gregory Simpson, 21st century government relations firm. He's going to be here with us in a minute, and they will be discussing extensively regarding moving forward towards saving the democracy of Nigeria. We're doing this just to let the people know, the international community are watching us. People know something is not right in Nigeria, and we're not just going to keep quiet about it. Deep down inside of us, what is right, what is wrong, and what is going on right now in Nigeria is wrong, and some people have put it upon themselves to stand up against the status quo and let them know this is wrong. Thanks for joining the space. Thanks for being here. um, Mr. Bishop, I'd like you to give your introduction and your welcoming monologue before we move on to hear our guest speakers speak and make their own introduction. How you doing, Bishop? Welcome.
Oh, well, I'm doing okay. Can you confirm that you can hear me, please?
Crystal.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Um, a good welcome to everyone on the space. Good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on um, where you're spacing from. It feels good to, be back on the space again. Since the Supreme Court, I've been nursing a lot of wounds. Been really down, and but being down does not mean we're out. Hopefully we have a headway today on the space. It feels good to have Pels here. Myself, Pels, we've been doing this co-hosting thing for over a year now, and if there's someone who really knows me that much as Pels, and my next step, she knows, hey, Bishop is gonna do this. So I mean, it feels So good to be on the co-pilot seat with her this evening. I don't take it for granted. I do not take it for granted. Jimmy, thank you very much for putting this phenomenal space together. Um, Most people just need this. Trust me, you don't know what you have done. Most people need this kind of space to, find a way. Most of them need closure. Most of them need a way forward, and I'm sure that we are going to have a way forward on this space. One of the greatest space I've ever been in my life is a space lost since 2015. And while preparing for the space today, I just said to myself, I said, I hope what we're going to do today on this space will be close to what we did and lost since 2015, because it was therapeutic. Hope the space would be such. Yes, most people come on spaces for different reasons, and I hope you find what you came here for today. Thank you, Jimmy, for always trusting myself to co-host with you. I don't take it for granted. I welcome all the guests who are here. Thank you. I can't mention names, but thank you very much. I would pass the mic back to Jimmy. I can see Pearl's hands up, but I'll let Jimmy do the honors. Thank you very much. I remain your co-host, Bishop.
Thank you, Bishop. Pels, real quick, seems you have got something to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick, I'm getting some DMs from people who say they cannot request for the mic. It happens sometimes. It's a glitch from Twitter. So you might just want to leave this space and return so you will be able to see the mic to request. Alternatively, you can post your questions in the comment section, like Jimmy has said before, and we will try as much as possible to ask all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pels. That was beautiful. As I said, it's not an obedient space. It's a space for well-meaning Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for coming up. Is a strong PDP supporters. Um, any other political party affiliation can come up. You can request for the mic. This is not about any specific political party. Everyone is welcome. Thanks for joining the space. Welcome once again. We have Mr. Lloyd here with us. I would love to have your introduction and let the people know who we're about to be hearing from. And Mr. Bruce, thanks for coming. It's actually very, very humbling to have you on the space, because I know you're a very busy person, and having you here to create time and come here and speak to us is valuable. I'll always cherish that. Thank you so much. Mr. Lloyd, thanks for coming. Could you unmute your mic and let us have your intro monologue, please? Thank you.
Hello, I bring you greetings. My name is Lloyd Uku, and I am the Executive Director of NADECO, the National Democratic Coalition, NADECO USA. I am speaking to you from NADECO headquarters here in Washington, D.C., USA. I believe most of you already know NADECO is Nigeria's premier and foremost pro-democracy group dedicated to entrenching democracy, the rule of law, good governance, accountability in Nigeria. NADECO was first formed after June 12, 1993 election, in which Chief MKO Abiola won and the election was annulled. Nigerians all across the board, across ethnic lines, across religious lines, across political lines, got together and formed the National Democratic Coalition. It's national, as the name implies, is a coalition, as the name implies as well. And it was later founded in the United States in 1994. And this was when the members were being chased out by the then military dictator, General Sani Abacha. Some of them were assassinated, some were arrested and locked up, um, and many bad things happened to many of them. And so a lot of them who had the means escaped to West African countries, to Europe, and to America. The team that arrived here in 1994 got together and registered NADECO here in the United States, specifically July 1st, 1994. And at that time, I was the general counsel. Today, I'm speaking to you as the executive director. And in my speech, I would lay out the plans that NADECO has. But NADECO has always had one goal. The goal it had in 1993 was the flushing out of General Sani Abacha, who had mounted the office of the president illegally and illegitimately through the barrel of the gun. Today, 2023, 30 years later, our goal has not changed. But this time, the goal is to flush out Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who did exactly what General Abacha did, but only this time as a civilian. And it's important for us to note that in 1993, Mr. Bola Tinubu was part of us here in the United States fighting to remove Abacha from office simply because he got to that position by force. Today, NADECO is committed to making sure that exactly what we did in 1993 is going to repeat itself. Unfortunately, 30 years later, we did not expect that such a fight would be necessary. But it is what it is right now. And so our goal, singular goal, is to make sure that Tinubu does not remain the president of Nigeria, which he illegally and illegitimately got by fraud. And so um, most of what you'll be hearing today would basically be towards how we can make sure that he is flushed out along with APC. There is no need for 2027. There's no need for 2031 because those dates not do not exist. They do not mean anything to APC and Mr. Bola Tinubu. There's no need for us to even think about it. That let's give him 4 years to finish. No, there is no 4 years for him to finish illegally, and he has to be forced out the way we forced out General Sani Abacha in 1993. So um, that's by way of introduction. And we have speakers like Mr. Bruce Fine, who is going to tell us how we can legally and politically um, get to our goal. And Mr. Gregory Simpkins also is going to tell us um, the way to go to achieve what I just said to you. Thank you very much. And I must appreciate the individuals that put this thing together, especially Mr. Jimmy, for granting me and the entire NADECO the opportunity to express our views to fellow Nigerians. I greet you and I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We love you too. Let me just recap on what you just spoke about right now. So what happened now is he just spoke about a democratic coup that took place during this last election. That was exactly what happened, and we're doing this deliberately to let people know there's nothing we're doing here that is absolutely illegal. Okay, because the emergence of this political party, the emergence of this current administration is flawed. The emergence of was not constitutional, and it's not an eating thing, and that's the reason why we're doing it on a public platform for people to know that we the Nigerian people, not all Nigerians are docile, not all Nigerians are corrupt, not all Nigerians don't know the right thing to do. We know the right thing to do. We did not put this man there. He stole his way to power. He rigged his way to power, and he single-handedly bought the judicial system of that country. Over 200 million people's lives are at stake. Their freedoms are at stake here. And that's the reason why we're standing our ground. There is nothing more patriotic than what we're doing here. And that's why we're doing it openly for Tom, Dick, and Harry to know that Nigerian people are fighting back. We're not going to be docile about this. We're not going to be quiet or silent about this. And we keep doing this for God and for country. Thank you so much, Mr. Lord. That was beautiful. Let me just go straight to Mr. Bruce because he's got limited time. He's got a lot of things to do, but to save time, let me just go straight to him. Welcome, Mr. Bruce. How are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you. You're conducting a wonderful program. Um, let me not tarry here. Let me begin with a little broader background, I think, information that's important. Um, there has never been anything like democracy connected to Nigeria. Not a single African voted on the boundaries of Nigeria. They were all at the end of a barrel of a gun of the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom stole the sovereignty of those who inhabit the territory of Nigeria. The constitution under which you currently are operating was promulgated by a military dictator who didn't receive a single vote. It wasn't subject to any popular referendum. There was no popular input. I've been to in Nigerian courtrooms, half a dozen times. There is no indigenous judicial remedies for all of the horrors ongoing in Nigeria. The judiciary is an arm of the executive branch. Under Buhari, it simply ratified whatever he told them to do, and I doubt whether it will be any different with Tinubu. The difference is, I guess, Tinubu probably uses money to buy them off, where Buhari probably threatened to have them disappear. But that's important to understand that there's never been democracy in Nigeria. When independence came in 1960, was there any popular vote to say, yeah, we want this power handed off to the Nigerian authorities that the British handed it off to? No, the British did it because they thought that the recipients would protect the British financial investment in Nigeria. So that's just the background here. We're trying to have NADECO really has to build a democracy that has never existed right now. In my view, Nigeria is an illegal state. It has an illegal constitution and illegal boundaries, never ratified by any popular consent. And it's been true at least since the American Declaration of Independence in 1776 that sovereignty is entrusted to the popular will, the consent of the governed. And that's not how it's evolved in Nigeria.
Sorry, Mr. Bruce, let me interject you for a second. Everyone listening to the sound of my voice, please try and Google up Mr. Bruce's name on Google and figure out the person speaking. He's not a novice, he's been around and he knows what he's speaking about. We have a rare gem here speaking. Listen carefully and Google. Just check him out and understand what we're doing here. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Bruce. Sorry about that.
Okay. Now, with regard to the specific objective of removing Mr. Tinubu, and remember, it's combined, I think, with an ultimate objective of actually having a real constitution drafted that's tailored to the consent of the governed, which has never happened in Nigeria in 63 years. But the first step is either filing a new or participating in an existing Freedom of Information Act suit seeking to obtain from the FBI, we believe, records that would implicate Mr. Tinubu in serious crimes. including drug trafficking and fraud. That is a very important goal. The existing lawsuit was brought by a reporter. I think everyone on this call has a greater stake in the outcome of that FOIA request than the reporter does, because you live under the tyranny, or you know your families do, of Mr. Tinubu under an illegal constitution. We can either file a new Freedom of Information Act request or participate as what they call as amicus curiae, or interveners in the existing case. But this could be dynamite. It's challenging because I think it will show that the United States, in some sense, has been complicit in covering up Mr. Tinubu's wrongdoing for ulterior, squalid national security motives, access to Nigerian oil or otherwise. Misguided in my view, but that's why the FBI is resisting the disclosure of this information. You'd feel that someone who may be complicit in poisoning the American youth with drugs is not someone who should evoke the protection of the FBI. But anyway, that's one. But in the United States, and I underscore again that in my view, based upon decades of experience, there is no judicial remedy for the tragedy ongoing in Nigeria. It is a hopeless exercise. The judges will always do what the executive branch bribes them, tells them to do. There's no independence there. You all see it every day. But combined with the Freedom of Information Act suit, there has to be what I call a public advocacy campaign. That is, there has to be continuing disclosures, articles, letters, interviews on the media exposing Tinubu for the fraud that he is and the illegitimacy of the dispensation in Nigeria. I mean, it's happened before. I remember when I was in the Reagan administration, Ferdinand Marcos had been president chief of the Philippines for long, long decades, was basically drummed out of office because he also had run, an illegal political campaign. And there was popular revolt against it, but he was ousted, and the Reagan administration, withheld any recognition. And then someone named Aquino was the successor. But public advocacy is a very, very challenging task. You can imagine right now, most of the oxygen is devoted to Gaza, Israel, or Ukraine. We don't control these events, so it has to be sustained. I always advocate a war room where you have a small group of people who know what's going on, meet each morning and find, okay, who's going to do the letters, who's going to do the interviews, who's going to call XYZ, get on these programs, who's going to do the social media. So you have an integrated strategy, and it's not just a one-time affair and everyone will forget about it. I understand everybody on the call recognizes that for them, Nigeria and Tinubu is a huge issue. For Americans, if you don't educate them, they probably don't even know who the new president of Nigeria is. So we're competing against other news stories. You remember the United States is not like most other countries. We have like 173 foreign policies, not just one in Nigeria. So it takes skill to make sure that your issue is delivered and commands the attention of the public, because you're able to express it and make the audience engage by referring to things in our own history that are similar to things happening in Nigeria. There's also something that complements the public advocacy campaign, that is working with members of Congress to get any kind of resolutions urging non-recognition of Mr. Tinubu as the president, urging as well. We have something in the United States called the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act. Members of Congress have special standing to seek to place on a list that would prevent persons from obtaining visas or having any business or financial connection to the United States if they are engaged in violations of internationally recognized fundamental human rights. And there are 4 committees in Congress that have these exceptional opportunities to list persons. So one way in which we can utilize that option is to get President Tinubu listed on the global Magnitsky list. And then, of course, if we have resources, how do you get the attention of Congress? Well, sometimes it's your issue, but most organizations have political action committees. They're legal. You can make contributions to campaigns or the independent expenditures. My view of the situation is that it's best to focus on just a one or a handful of campaigns where you could make Nigeria and Tinubu a major issue. And if you can make an influence, be decisive in the outcome there, then everybody else, herd instinct, will say, oh, this is really a very hot issue. I want to jump on that issue as well because it helped X, win the election in that particular district. And the culmination, I say, if we get Tinubu out, we know without changing the Constitution, we're just going to get a new version of Tinubu will be the successor. You're not going to get George Washington, anything like that. So there needs to be at some point, whether it's a culmination or in parallel to these efforts to remove Tinubu, a method of creating a consensus behind a new constitutional dispensation that creates really genuine, formidable checks and balances, separation of powers, rule of law that's enshrined, that overcomes the enormous deficiencies that have plagued, in my view, Nigeria ever since 1960. So that's the overall map that I see to move forward and advance the mission of NADECO. It obviously takes resources. That the other side will spend everything that they're stealing from you and the oil revenues to try to defend their cushy position, which gives them great wealth and status. So they won't sit idle. I do not think, however, that my experience suggests their vocabulary is limited to two words: violence and bribery. They don't know and can't argue anything else. That's why very hard to engage them in actual dialogue because they don't have anything to say of substance. That's basically my message. The last thing I would say is that all of history, including the United States, it all vindicates our statesman Benjamin Franklin's statement. If you don't hang together, you're all going to hang separately. This is a time for unity. We need it in the United States in fighting the British. Every group needs it. The time for internecine battles is after you've gotten your new dispensation, not now. The stakes are too high to waste time and energy on who gets credit, who gets titles, and that kind of thing. That's going to dissipate the unity and make it easier for the incumbent crooks to prevail. So anyway, that's basically my message. I don't know whether I've overstepped my time barrier.
No, you've not. You've done perfectly fine. I just have one quick question for you. Real quick. It's obvious Biden is in bed with Tinubu right now. So, is there a way we can compel him, Biden, to making sure the unredacted documentation about Tinubu is released? Is there a way we can compel him to doing that?
Yes, that's what I say. We have something in the United States called the Freedom of Information Act. And that means that generally any member of the public can demand access to records concerning any individual.
That was exactly what we did, but it was redacted. I'm talking about the unredacted version.
Oh, I'm talking about the unredacted versions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, listen, redacted versions, sometimes you want to look at redacted information, try to look at what they released with regard to the Saudi involvement in 9/11. The whole things are redacted, but the courts have the authority to insist the unredacted versions be released if they're not properly, classified, and there's a strong public interest in their release. So that's litigation. Now, there's another way to get it. You could get Congress could enact a statute simply stating you release all the stuff. Congress itself has the authority to issue subpoenas, says, I want the unredacted document. And they can enforce the subpoena with contempt if it's not complied with. So that is a congressional angle as well. If I could just add, I think if you want to know my entire life history, go to my website at www.lawofficesofbrucefine.com. Everything that I've written, millions of words, is on that website. So, and then you can make your own judgment.
Thank you so much, sir. Are you willing to work with the NADECO based on this mission?
Yeah, so I've worked with Lloyd. I think we've known each other. I think it goes back to MK Abiola. It's a long time, up and down or whatever. It'd have to be it'd have to be what conditions that the scope of the work, whatever, that we could agree on. But I'm certainly open to entertain whatever you'd like to put on the table.
Beautifully answered. Thank you so much, sir. I don't know how much time have you got to spare? Also, I can know how to figure it out before you leave, because I know you're a very very busy person. You have a busy schedule. I'm trying to figure out how much time you've got so we can consume that time with you. If it's for me to take questions from the public, directed to you, so we can do that and let you go. But if it's within the time frame, you can.
Well, let's see. It looks like it's my 12:36. How about I'll take 20 minutes of questions and then I got to move on.
Thank you so much. That should work. That should work. All right. Mr. David is coming up now. Okay. I just saw your request. I just pulled you up now. Right. He dropped again. I'm not sure what is going on exactly, and I'm still waiting for Mr. Sorry, Professor Monday Gold. It was here. I'm not sure what happened. Right. Uh, okay. So let's do this. Mr. Jackson, thanks for joining. I'm not sure. Do you have a question for Mr. Bruce, real quick?
Yes. Thank you so much for the education. Thank you for letting us know what our rights could be in moving forward and ensuring that we'll get Tinubu out of our way in our leadership in Nigeria. So I just want to ask this: how possible can it be for a coalition of either NADECO and other willing organization to stage a protest in front of the Congress, demanding for a congressional hearing, demanding for an inquest into the 2023 presidential election in Nigeria, and ensuring that we use all avenues, all congressional avenues, to demand the immediate resignation or investigation of even the FBI in their effort in shielding Tinubu while we were trying to get hold of the record of his crimes in the United States.
Well, the First Amendment to the United States Constitution guarantees a right to petition Congress for redress of grievances. So we surely have a right, obviously, through proper channels. It could be a demonstration. There have been demonstrations right in the Capitol relating to the Israeli Hamas Gaza warfare. So it certainly can be done. The key is, well, will it be effective? And that depends upon the strength of your lobbying, the message that you're creating, how well you can express it. I'm saying that's why I mentioned political action committees. Have you gotten involved in the political process? But in Washington, there's nothing that's 100% guaranteed. You can't do it. You can't bribe people. I guess you can some, like Senator Menendez in Egypt and some others. But basically, you can't rely upon bribery as getting your way as you can in Nigeria. So it just means that you have to have a very gifted and forceful and aggressive advocacy effort. Numbers out there visiting. Right now, we have a fellow named John James. He's the subcommittee chair of the African Subcommittee on Foreign Affairs. He's from Michigan. So you say it's a very labor intensive thing that you've got to explain very, very crisply and very succinct and electrifying language what the problem is. Remember, these members have 120, 73 other countries to worry about and all sorts of other issues before them, including keeping the government. So you have to learn how to be able to speak quickly and rapidly and write, and so you can present them. Here's the congressional kit. Read this, and we'd like to have a hearing on X, Y, Z. I think there is, some sympathy towards that goal in the past. Chris Smith of New Jersey was a strong advocate of democracy and challenging the fraud of elections in Nigeria. He's not the ranking member anymore, Mr. James is, but he still sits on the committee. So it goes back like most other things. It's not going to happen, in one visit or so. Response to the strength and continuity of the advocacy day after day.
Okay, just a follow-up question. I'm really very much interested in using the Maginski Act. How effective can that be for a sitting president with with immunity? And can you throw us more light into the possibilities of actually exploring the Maginski Act in stopping Tinubu going forward?
Yeah, well, it's called the global. It's called the Global Magnitsky Human Accountability Act, and basically the way it works is that it basically blacklists, if you foreign officials who are guilty of violating fundamental internationally recognized human rights. So first of all, it's already a stamp of some illegitimacy because it's a formal finding that that official has been violating fundamentally recognized human rights. Now, the sanctions, if you will, in addition to the reputational sanction, um, and the likelihood that other countries may ostracize that country, are simply you can't visit the United States. So there'll be no White House Oval Office visits with Biden like Buhari had from time to time, and they can't have any economic connection to the United States. It doesn't mean it doesn't require us to send the Air Force over there to bomb Abuja or Asu Rock. That's not within the sanctions of the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act, but it certainly will be a signal to all the Nigerians that they're being run by a gentleman who is uh, a scofflaw, uh, and they can react accordingly.
Okay, thank you. I'll use my mic now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you, Mr. Bruce, for those brilliant responses. Auntie Bolan, I saw Mr. I pulled up Mr. David a couple of minutes ago, and I think he dropped again. I pulled on. I'm not sure what is going on. All right, Auntie Bolan, real quick, how you doing? Welcome to the space. Do you have any question for Mr. Bruce?
Um, my question is more to Mr. Lloyd, but for Mr. Bruce, the question I wanted to ask is what do you think? Because most Nigerians know Tinubu as a member of NADECO, and going forward, in terms of the reputation um of NADECO in this present fight, do you think that people are going to draw some sort of adverse inference from NADECO leading this conversation about the legitimacy of somebody who has been um, described as a foundational member of NADECO?
Unfortunately, I think politics is filled with persons who uh, change their political coloration based upon what's opportunistic for them. Um, and I think Nigerians see that all the time anyway. You just think how many people have jumped back and forth between APC and PDP, right? Jump like out of the frying pan into the fire for opportunistic reasons. Atiku, he changes his party as vice president. Uh, so I think it'll be largely minor. I think the NADECO will succeed or fail on the merits of the work that it's undertaking and its credibility with regard to its audience. I don't think that the fact that Tinubu at one time was a founding member. At one time, we had Benedict Arnold in the United States fighting with the U.S. Army. He was a traitor, and he soon became a pariah.
All right, thank you so much for that. Auntie Bolanle, I'm not sure. Are you okay with the response? I want to move along to I think Mr. David is here now.
Um, I'll hold fire. I'll wait for an opportunity to ask Mr. Lloyd some questions as it relates to starting up a chapter of NADECO in the UK. But
Okay.
I'll hold on for a while. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good. Fair enough. Mr. David, welcome. Are you with us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Crystal, loud and clear. Finally, you're up here. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself to the public. Over 1,000 people listening to you presently now, and thousands more listening across all other social media platform, YouTube, Facebook, and other platform. Currently, we have over 30,000 people streaming live across all social media platforms right now. We can hear you loud and clear. Can you introduce yourself and give your own monologue, please, real quick? Thank you.
Yeah, well, my name is David Adeneko, and I'm the public secretary of NADECO, United States of America. Also, I'm the editor of Shekina International Magazine. I'm a writer, I'm an author, and pretty much I'm a media expert. Um, Dr. Lloyd have said it. He has given us the historical fact of NADECO, how it started after the annulment of June 12 election. Um,
I can hear you. Not
yeah,
sure. One said
yeah.
hello. Mr. Lloyd, is that you?
Yeah, because I wasn't hearing anything.
Okay,
Oh,
you
yeah.
can. Yeah,
Can
that
you hear me now?
we get that a lot. Yeah, Mr. David. Yeah, we can hear you loud and
Yeah,
clear.
like I said, my name is David
Go ahead.
Adeneko. I'm the public secretary of
So,
NADECO
Mr.
United
Lloyd,
States.
you can drop and request for the mic again. I'll pull you up. There must be an error, a glitch going on. Right. Drop and come back again. Sorry about that, Mr. David. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm the public secretary of NADECO United States. I'm a media expert. I'm the editor of Shekina International Magazine in United States. We cover the Midwest area. Also, I'm a writer. I'm an author. Pretty much, Dr. Lloyd has spoken and the historical fact of NADECO, how it started after the annulment of June 12 election. Back then, I was in Nigeria. I was a food soldier in Nigeria. I came here in the 90s. That was during the struggle for June 12. But before I came here, I was one of the food soldiers. I was the chairman of Campaign for Democracy in mainland. And the real action we actually did, we were the food soldiers. The at home protest that was declared by Babe Kor and some Kuti, we were the one that implemented it. We make sure that people did not work. We make sure that, the military junta, they felt the effect of, 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 um, of our demand for to annul the election that was annulled by Babangida regime. And then we, at the point, we make sure that we force the military we force them out of power. And that was the democracy that we are now seeing now. But the question now, do we really have democracy in Nigeria? Well, that's another topic. Yeah, I just said it. I'm the police secretary of NADECO. When it's time for me to speak to Nigerians that NADECO is here to take the lead and to rescue Nigeria from authoritarianism, tyrant Tinubu's government. We are going to, we did it before, and we are going to do it again and again and again. Nothing is going to stop us. It does not matter who us is God. It does not matter whether Tinubu is a Yoruba man, a Yoruba man. It has nothing to do with tribes. It has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with ideologue. It has to do with principle of democracy. Let people decide whom they want to lead them. Let people decide their leaders. Nobody to force himself on anybody. The way it is now is like Tinubu, he forced himself on Nigeria, and that is not going to happen. Whatever he's going to take, we know that Tinubu has a lot of money. The money is stolen in Lagos, and now he's sitting on the on Nigerian money. But money cannot stop an idea which time has come to has come to stay. Money, I don't care how much he has. We have the idea, and we're going to tell him that we have the idea, and we're going to make sure that we force him out of power. Tinubu is not going to go for re-election. He's not even going to spend these 4 years. Whoever is listening to me, my name is David Adeneko. Go and tell him he has the likes of David Adeneko to contend with. We are going to stop Tinubu because Tinubu is sitting on a wrong seat. That seat is not meant for him. That's it. It doesn't matter what the Supreme Court says. The Supreme Court doesn't have they don't have the final power. The final power belongs to the people. The sovereign of the country belongs to the people. The people, they were the one that instituted the Supreme Court. And whatever the Supreme Court says is still boiled down to the fact that we, the people of Nigeria, we are going to decide how we want to be governed. And to decide how we want to be governed, there will be no room for tyrant. There will be no room for dictators, dictatorship, or there will be no room for authoritarianism government. There will be no room for the likes of Tinubu. So Tinubu has a lot of people to contend with. He has David Adeneko to contend with. People should go and tell him. I don't care whether he has his power from India, wherever he has his power from, but I have God Almighty. And I have faith in that God because my God is a God of righteousness, and righteousness exalts a nation. So what is wrong is wrong, what is right is right. Tinubu is sitting on a wrong seat, and we're going to force him out, whether he like it or not. I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to pause right there. When it's time for me to give my speech, I'll go ahead and give my speech. But mark my word, Tinubu has the likes of David Adeleko to contend with. We are many, not thousands of us, that he has to contend with. So I rest my case at this point. Thank you all for listening.
All right, thank you, Mr. David. Just so you know, you just used 7 minutes now. I'm sure you understand what I mean by that. um, that was lovely. All right, let's quickly take Mr. Monday Gold is here now, finally with us. Thank you so much. God bless you. Let's take him for his own monologue as well. Mr. Bruce, got two more questions coming up for you right after. Miss Pills, please, can you keep an eye on the comment section? A couple of people are trying to ask question. We can't pull everybody up, so guys, if you've got questions, please make use of the comment section so your questions can be asked instead of you struggling to come up with the speaker section. We can only take limited amount of people. Mr. Mondegold, welcome, sir. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
My my apologies, Professor Mondegold.
Ah,
Welcome.
it's okay.
So
Ah,
we
yes.
can hear you.
Well, I
Yeah.
want to first of all thank you, Jimmy, and your crew for putting this together. I want the listeners to know that I am from Ijo, more precisely from both Bayelsa and Delta states. I am based in the United States. I am a professor of strategic management in one of the most reputable state universities in the United States of America. Currently, I serve as the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Ijaw Diaspora Council. I also serve as the President of the Global Nigerian Diaspora Forum. I am the State Coordinator of the African Diaspora for Good Governance in the state of New Jersey. The credibility of NADECO is not an issue because I had a lady who was not pretty sure of the origin and the current structure of NADECO. I want to assure our listeners that the structure of NADECO as it stands now is far better than what it was years ago. As I've said earlier on, I serve in different capacities, and most of the organizations, especially in the United States, have decided to collaborate with NADECO because NADECO historically and structurally far more suitable to address the issues confronting Nigeria today. I believe that Tinubu's presidency is questionable. That is why I am on board with you today. I believe that we have NADECO as an organization as a very, very viable strategy in place to make Bola Tinubu uncomfortable. We know that organizations in the past, diaspora organizations in various countries, have used certain strategic means to unseat governments in various countries, but we want to make sure that we want to make sure we engage a in a viable, peaceful revolution to unseat Tinubu because he is occupying a seat that does not belong to him. One of my colleagues have said earlier on, the will of the Nigerian people supersedes the positions taken by INEC and the Supreme Court. I want to assure our listeners around the world that the Nigerian diaspora will stand for the Nigerians in Nigeria who have been variously and severally victimized for no fault of their own. The three arms of government are no longer playing the role that they're supposed to play. And the Nigerian diaspora, as far as I'm concerned, will not allow Tinubu to be there for the next 4 years. Having Tinubu and his cronies there simply means that we will continue to go through the cycle of poverty and underdevelopment. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will end my brief introduction at this point. And so at this point, I yield to Jimmy. Jimmy, thank you. Once again, thank you very much for putting this incredible platform together for us to make our intentions known to Nigerians around the world. I thank you.
You're most welcome, sir. Thank you. Thanks for that. I can see Barrister Doja is up here. I'm pretty sure he's got a question for Bruce. Barrister Doja, how you doing? Welcome. Barrister Doja, are you with me? Barrister Doja. Okay, I don't think he's actually with me, but let's move this on real quick. Right. You see, this is not a tribal thing of what we're doing here, and we're saying it loud and clear for everyone listening. Welcome to people just joining the space. It is not an Eden thing. We're not doing it. It's not we planning to overthrow any government or anything. Look, the government in Nigeria right now, the administration in power right now, is not legitimate. What we're doing here, we dare them to do whatever it is they want to do. We don't care. The fact remains that they got there illegally, regardless what the Supreme Court says. They got there illegally, and I've been hearing people speaking about NADECO being an Igbo association or organization. Look, it's not. You can come up with, and that's one thing about APC, especially Tinubu. When he knows he's going to lose, when he knows he's losing, he puts in the tribal card. That is exactly what he does. He cannot go head to head with anyone without pulling the tribal card. I'm a Yoruba person. Omo Ibadan Atatanimi Ibadan. I'm from Ibadan, southwestern part of Nigeria. You can call me whatever you want to call me. I have a lot of people calling me bastards or mwali. So, inti oda kò lórúkọ méjì. Ẹ má jà jẹ́ àrídìjẹ́ ń dìbàjẹ́. Èmi ò jẹ́ dodo. Màá sọ òdodo. Àwọn tó ti jẹ́ dodo náà lè sọ òdodo. A máa sojú abẹ́ǹkó. A sọ̀rọ̀ síbi tọ́rọ̀ wà. Sorry, my people, I had to speak to the Yoruba people in that manner for them to understand it's not a tribal thing. I will have my sister speak in Igbo. I have my other sister speak in Hausa as well. For them to know it's not a tribal thing. It is the collective combination of Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians coming together to rescue their country. This is for the betterment of Nigeria. We're doing it publicly for people to know. We've stood on the right side of history and we'll keep standing. Thank you for joining. Thanks for listening. Onyinye, my lovely sister, how are you doing today? Onyinye, are you with me? You there? Onyinye? Okay, she's not. Right, guys, if you would like to speak and you're on the speaker section, please, I'll appreciate you being close to your phone because a lot of people are requesting for the mic. So we don't want to waste time with people that are not ready to speak. We have limited time and we need to make use precious time and we need to make good use of it. We still have Mr. Bruce here. It's got like I think 20 or 15 minutes left now. We need to make use of this, please. Doja, are you there? Doja, are you there? Okay, anyone that's not answering, please let's drop them. Bishop, real quick, go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if you are not ready to speak, please do not request the mic. I can see Onye requesting the mic again. Please, if you are not ready to speak, kindly do not request the mic because we have a lot of people requesting the mic, so we don't waste time. Thank you very much, Amy.
Thank you, Bishop. Thanks for bringing that up again. So Onye, before we go to that, I want us to make use of Mr. Bruce's time before he leaves. I make use of that time before he leaves. So, does anyone have any question for Mr. Bruce? Is there any question from the comment section towards Mr. Bruce? Anything? Pearls, is there any question from there?
I've been looking at the comment section. The
Okay.
major question here is for Mr. Lloyd, and he's not here. It has to
Okay.
do with Tinubu's membership as to why they let him join
Mr.
NADECO. Or
Mr.
Mr. Adeniko can answer that. But for now, I'd like for us to make preference to questions towards Mr. Bruce. For
Yeah.
now, no questions for him in the comment section.
Okay. So Oxlale Technology. How you doing? Do you have a question for Mr. Bruce?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Bruce. So the
Please
question I have,
take it away.
so my question is this, right? I just wanted him to give us a kind of a background or reason why, because I'm trying to find out why was the FBI documents that were released, why were they redacted in the first place, right? Is this something that has to do with an existing law of the United States or a privacy law or whatever? So if another question, another question I have is, can the court be used to get full information on unredacted version of those FBI documents that has been released? Why were they redacted in the first place, and what are the things or what are the steps that can be taken, for us to get a full version, unredacted version of those documents? Thank you.
Well, let me be very brief. The FBI, there are exemptions in our Freedom of Information Act that the government is entitled to withhold certain information if it's properly classified, if its release would invade privacy to an excessive degree, or if it compromised law enforcement. Now, the Biden administration, the Attorney General, however, said even if there is an exemption, that the department should consider waiving it and disclosing it anyway, because transparency is the rule in a democracy. Now, what the FBI's largest argument is, they can't say yes or no to any of these answers or inquiries about documents identifying Tinubu, because even to respond would disclose some kind of national security information. Now, that's being challenged in a court of law right now by a journalist who filed the Freedom of Information Act request. The judges clearly have authority, if they wish, to order the redactions removed and the documents disclosed, but that depends upon whether the court concludes that the exemptions in Freedom of Information Act apply or not. But there's a non-judicial process as well called congressional oversight. Congress could issue a subpoena and demand the documents in an unredacted form. They have the power of the purse to say, the FBI is not going to get any money for an appropriation unless they hand this information over. So that's a reason for having some kind of lobbying effort. But you do have two legal routes to get the documents unredacted: the prevailing in the lawsuit or getting Congress to act.
Splendid. Thanks for that. Oxley, thanks for that question real quick. Dr. Barry, go for it, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jimmy, for this opportunity to ask this guy a little question. I want to know, please, if there's any way we will know, does the SBI, are they interested in politics? Are they interested in good governance? Are they interested in the issue of democracy? Are they interested in an Africa that must work? Are they interested in the democracy of the biggest black country in the world? Why did they take this long to release an information that will better Nigeria for the
Doctor,
African development.
I think you
Ahmed
just joined.
Bola Tinubu was governor
Hello,
in
Doctor Barry.
Nigeria 2 times. Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I think you just joined the space because Mr. Bruce spoke about this at the beginning of his submission. He started by saying the democracy has no affiliation with Nigeria whatsoever. So I don't think there is any point going back and forth on that. They don't recognize Nigeria to be practicing democracy, and to be fair, I don't think sorry, I think that is actually accurate, but not just to waste time regarding that question. I don't think what you're asking is actually has he has already answered that.
Well,
Yeah,
let me
they
interject.
don't.
The questioner is asking a little different question, and it's based upon a misunderstanding of the FBI. The FBI is not independent of the executive. I can guarantee you, having served as Deputy Attorney General, there's no way that a request of this sort was not vetted by the Attorney General and the President of the United States and Secretary of State. And for whatever ulterior national security reasons they have, getting oil, doing deals, or whatever, this was not a decision, redact or not, was not made by the FBI. It was made in the White House or the State Department by Tony Blinken. And Blinken's gone to Nigeria even after the corrupt elections and applauded and say this is a great day. It's a very tawdry administration we have. Biden may not be in office. Don't believe that this was an independent decision made by the FBI. At this level of prominence, it was made in the White House.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Barry. I'm sure that's actually answered your question.
Tinubu to join NADECO. As at the time Tinubu joined NADECO, it was civilian against the military. And Tinubu, in all fairness, he joined NADECO as a Democrat, but with an agenda. That was what happened. And not just joining with an agenda, he has a lot of money, got money. So he used some of the money to sponsor some of the activities of NADECO in the United States. And that was what lot of decision, and I was able to influence is becoming the governor of Lagos State. So it's not because there was no rules. It was just because leadership of Nadeco, they are ready to work with him. So it was divine. It was just like that. But everybody now knows that Tinubu has an agenda to steal a mandate, an agenda to become an emperor, which is not going to happen because Nadeco chase out the military and Nadeco is going to chase out Tinubu. I pause.
Thank you so much, Mr. David. There was a miscalculation there. I was actually gonna say Mr. David Abiodun, but yeah, your input was actually needed at this point in time. Thanks for putting that in because Mr. Lloyd dropped and hoping he comes back up. So, Mr. David Abiodun, I'm sure you have a question for Bruce. You still have like I think 10 minutes left now. Mr. David Abiodun is a lawyer from the United Kingdom. How you doing, Mr. David?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. I just have one question for Mr. Fain. What exactly is the United States of America's national security issue with having Mr. Tinubu as Nigeria president? Can you clarify that, please, sir? Thank you.
Well, the FBI, the government, doesn't say. That's one of the problems that we have. I fight against it all the time. Transparency is supposed to way that the United States is supposed to operate. Secrecy is the exception. They've never said that. They just say even to give a reason as to why we're redacting this would compromise national security. So it's all covered up and concealed. And there are only two ways that you're going to get access to this information: is one, through the court system, and second, through congressional oversight. Unfortunately, congressional oversight has become weak in recent years, but Republicans in the House may have a reason, because you have a Democrat in the White House, to demand access to this information. That's what a lobbying effort is about. But at least as we speak now, the government hasn't stated, how it is that the national security of the United States would somehow be compromised by disclosing this information. The exaggeration of national security is very, very omnipresent. You remember when it came to WikiLeaks and disclosure of all these ambassadorial diplomatic posts, Hillary Clinton said, "Oh, the whole world would collapse and no one would ever talk to the United States again." Of course, that wasn't true at all. And that's why you have, at least in the United States, an independent judiciary that isn't bound by the national security decisions of the FBI or the executive. It has a right to make its own independent review and say, no, we're going to disclose this. And that's an issue that's in the pending litigation that NADECO can join as an amicus or could file a companion Freedom of Information suit.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Bruce. Quick one. I have a typed up message here. It says, based on your knowledge of the American government and the FBI operation, considering the fact that the document released were redacted, would it be right for Nigerians to consider Tinubu as a national security threat to Nigeria? What do you think about that, Mr. Bruce?
Most of the time, things are redacted is to prevent political embarrassment. It has nothing to do with national security. Now, there are exceptions to every rule, but that is typically the case. I mean, I was involved very early on in my career with the so-called Pentagon Papers. There are 47 volumes of classified documents relating to Vietnam. The government went to try to get the disclosures that were New York Times and Washington Post suppressed, and they lost, 6-3 in the U.S. Supreme Court. That's the vast majority. I would say some coup occurred. The government of Niger, really, and he was going to lead the charge. Of course, it was a bunch of crap, but maybe they got that commitment because, hey, you owe us. We suppress this information. Do favors for us. So to some degree, you could see how the United States would want Tinubu to stay in there with the information that we, under the law, we can release the information anytime we want, even if it's protected otherwise under the Freedom of Information Act. And so we basically have Tinubu in a blackmail situation. Okay, you do anything we don't like, we'll release this information, show you a drug trafficker. So that's why we would want him to remain in power. That the executive branch, the Congress, can be a different story.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bruce. That was a splendid response. I picked one or two things from what you just said. All right, so we have Chidiebere up here. You've been here for a while now. Do you have a question for Mr. Bruce, real quick? Chim, are you there? Okay, no. I'm just gonna draw. Whoever is not ready to speak, please do not request for the mic. Okay. Real quick, what's your question for Mr. Bruce? So, as
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that. I thought I'd unmute myself already. Hi, Bruce. Good evening. It's really great listening to you. My question, I'll just go straight to the point. While you were introducing yourself and talking about Nigeria, you hinted on the fact that obviously we all know that Tinubu was involved in drugs, and obviously that was highlighted in a court case. So it's a fact. My question is pretty straightforward. You being an American, can you tell us more about the impact of drug peddling in the American society and the damages it has caused, and why Tinubu's case ought to be a benchmark for any kind of scapegoating by the American government? Thank you.
Well, I mean, the drug issue is a very politically explosive issue in the United States. We take great offense that, China is now a big source of fentanyl coming into the United States. And so we regularly impose sanctions on countries because at least politically in the United States, drug trafficking is viewed as a very, very serious offense. So what we can deduce from that is it would be devastating to Tinubu politically in the United States for him to be exposed as complicit in drug trafficking. And I don't think that he could survive American recognition. We could withdraw recognition of him as the president of Nigeria if the American public and Congress fully expose the complicity of Tinubu in profiting after poisoning our youth with illegal drugs. That's why he will move heaven and earth to try to prevent this from happening. May or may not succeed. That's one of the reasons why we're on this phone call right now.
All right, thank you. Mary White, real quick. How you doing, my sister?
Hi, Jimmy. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Bruce, I was listening to you, and you did say that we do have two options of filing like the redacted FBI documents, which is legally or through the legislature. So my question to you is, do you foresee like a situation where maybe the Tinubu people would fight this to the Supreme Court? And if so, how can we avoid it and still get what we want? Thank you.
I do not believe, knowing what the Freedom of Information Law is, I do not think Tinubu would have a legal case to stand on if we were able to succeed. He has attempted to intervene in the case. Remember, Tinubu right now is not a party. The defendant in the case that's been sued is the FBI. Now, he may try to come in and request standing as an intervener because the documents relate to him. But on Freedom of Information Act issues, the courts are inclined to be in favor of transparency. So I would not worry about, and certainly if Congress gets the information, there's no way that the U.S. Supreme Court can step in and override a congressional statute that orders this disclosure. And the likelihood of our U.S. Supreme Court interceding to favor Tinubu is close to zero, in my judgment. It's fanciful, so I wouldn't worry about that as a vehicle. And Mr. Tinubu, unlike in Nigeria, he can't bribe our Supreme Court. I know at one time there was a case that was outstanding against Abubakar for the extrajudicial killing of Abiola. It was pending in the in the U.S. federal courts, and I know that there was a question. I think Obasanjo was the president. He wanted to know whether he could call the Chief Justice of the United States and offer him some money. He was told, no, that's not how it works. And that is not how it works in the United States. So I think the Supreme Court intervention is not a concern that we need to worry about.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bruce. From your own time, and how much more time do you have to spare? I think should be around 5 minutes now because I'm actually timing you.
Well, okay. Why don't I'll take 3 more questions.
Okay, fair enough. Auntie Bolanle, do you have a question for Mr. Bruce?
Yeah, based on the fact that, a lot of the information in relation to Tinubu's drug involvement in the drug trafficking in the United States was detailed in an affidavit sworn by a federal agent in when they were working on the forfeiture.
Civil forfeiture, correct.
Yeah. So why then? I mean, because it doesn't make sense to me that that's the same information that they're saying they need to have redacted if it's already a part of it's in the public realm. So I'm kind of thinking, is there another reason, or is there more about him that is being hidden by redacting the information they've released? Or I'm confused really, and I wondered if you could bring some clarity to that for me.
Well, we're speculating. That's the reason why we have courts, is to try to open up things that are secret and require it to be transparent. Obviously, the government is saying anything right now, so I'm making educated guesses because I've been in Washington, observed, and been involved in politics for over 40 years. in my view, that somebody higher up looked at U.S. Nigerian relations and said, wait a minute, this is going to be bad. We need a Nigerian oil. We need some other favors from Nigeria. Hey, we have that affidavit, but let's just deep six it, put it in the freeze. And I mean, that's how, I mean, my kind of baptism in Washington was working on the Pentagon Papers. Daniel Ellsberg was worked on the Pentagon Papers, and then he wanted to release them. And the government said, oh, this is terrible. Oh, the government created it. And why was that? It thought it would embarrass the U.S. with regard to all the lies told about Vietnam. Anyway, that's all that I can suggest. It's nothing positive that we can speculate would be the ulterior motives for trying to change the tune on Tinubu. But and I can tell you he's not the first one that's happened about. I mean, look at we had one of our own journalists, Jamal Khashoggi, assassinated by the MBS, the head of Saudi Arabia, right? Done nothing to MBS, nobody even put him on the Magnitsky list. Why is that? Well, they got a lot of oil there, and you get more likely to get elected president if gasoline selling at $3 a gallon than $6 a gallon. So politics is pretty crass stuff, but we got to deal with it, and that's my speculation as to why this information about drug trafficking has been redacted. But I say, in the United States, unlike Nigeria, we got independent courts. The judges sit for life. You don't bribe them, and that's one of our remedies. And we also have Congress, which is not the executive branch, may have different reasons for not wanting to protect somebody who's poisoning the youth of their constituents.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. That was beautiful. All right. I've got two females requesting to ask the questions now. Two females. They've been here for a while. They've got two questions for you, but two people sent me two interesting questions that I will just ask you straight away now before taking those two questions. The first one says, do you have any strong ties to any news platform in the US that can actually um, blow this news up? Because one of the potential power the current administration in Nigeria has used is the power of media. They've captured the media. Platform in the country. They control the narrative. Do you have a strong tie to any international media where this can be blown up eventually, when the unredacted files are released?
Yeah, okay. Well, two things. One, I think I have, not overwhelming, I think I have 57,000 Twitter followers, but more important, I have a reputation. In the United States, you don't have relationships with media because you bribe them, you take them out to dinner, stuff like that. I'm a well-known individual as a public commentator in the United States, and I've appeared on, when I was to a platform, if we have something to say about this. But you don't, it's not like Nigeria where you get access to a platform if you pay somebody money or a report.
Are you aware? Is there a way? Have you been? Do you have a way? Sorry, have you confirmed or do you heard about the news of Tinubu signing the same-sex marriage LGBTQ law in Nigeria? I'm not sure if that's well, yeah, but that's the question. Because a couple of days ago, it was out that he signed the LGBTQ law that previous administrations have refused to sign, and there was this narrative about him being pressured by Biden. Do you know? Do you have any idea about that? It says he eventually signed the bill into law.
Well, I think it goes back to what I'd observed earlier, that the United States has blackmail information on Tinubu that could crush him politically, so he does what we tell him to do. It's been no secret for long years the United States has been pressuring all African countries, not just Nigeria, to recognize LGBT, and I don't know, the letters keep going broader than I can remember. And this is just a payoff that Tinubu is delivering to the United States in exchange for our cover up for him. It's clearly what's going on.
Thank you so much. All right, so let's go with Avril and Onye will be the two last question for Mr. Bruce before he leaves today. Thank you. Avril, go for
Thank
it.
you, my brother Jimmy. Hi, Mr. Bruce. Thanks for joining us and the whole NADECO team. Thank you guys for all you're doing. Like we all know that a compromised leader of any given country is a gift to the other world leaders. So no one is really surprised that it seems like Tinubu is getting some sort of support from the US government. But what role can constant calling out of the USA on social media, like if we keep putting these crimes before their faces and we coordinate ourselves and keep tweeting at them, we're telling them that we know like who this person is, and then like tweeting at people like Rachel Maddow, CNN, keep calling them out. Maybe we may be lucky; they may begin to pick these things up. And what role do you think it's we going on the streets on these same things, like what role do you think that will play? And I know like you guys are pursuing some cases in the USA, like the redaction and all of that, but as far as Tinubu goes, he's a gift that keeps giving. There are several cases our Supreme Court simply just ignored, you know.
Avril, can you just go straight to the
Yes,
question?
yes. So can the Nigerian people start demanding answers to those crimes that the Supreme Court ignored? And will NADECO help us amplify these issues if we begin to like ask this question?
Is a constitution and law expert. Uh, the NADECO question has to be to Mr. David, Mr. Professor Mundi, and Mr. Lloyd,
Okay,
right?
let me rephrase
So
that. So even those
no,
there are
no.
some
If
okay.
the question, it goes to certain people, but Bruce is specifically about the legal and political way of getting the illegitimate presidency in Nigeria out. So it's more like a legal expert here. So it doesn't really have anything to do with the Nadeko. But go ahead with your question.
Yeah, quickly. Mr. Bruce, like something that happened, this is law now, that our Supreme Court simply ignored. These are
Mhm.
crimes. They know that if they had addressed it, he would have been disqualified, but they simply did not address them. As a people, can't we begin to ask these questions and demand, even if we have to occupy the streets, shut down the economy? Won't this be effective? Don't we have a right to still ask the questions that the Supreme Court simply ignored? Thank you.
Well, I mean, certainly in the United States, you have an opportunity to do that. Nigeria really doesn't respect the right of protest there. I mean, look what they did with IPOB, listed it illegally without any due process whatsoever. Um, and I don't want to, discourage anybody from exercising their free speech rights to protest wrongdoing in Nigeria. I'm just saying that if you're looking at real change in U.S. policy, if you don't address your voice to the people who have the power to change things, like the U.S. Congress. Although it's useful to go on social media and complain, and this is terrible and that's terrible, it's not going to change anything. And I give you an example. There's been huge outcry with regard to the IDF's bombing of hospitals and ambulances and whatever in Gaza, and lots of social media on both sides. Um, but there's right now the APAC and the Israeli lobby is like 100,000 times stronger than the Palestinian lobby, so nothing's going to change. So if you have to choose, like, triage between using your forces to convince and make your advocacy to members of Congress who can change things, the president doesn't run foreign policy by himself, and are utilizing it to direct your energies elsewhere. I don't think that's an optimal use of your resources and time.
Okay, we like if people in Nigeria cannot necessarily reach the Congress, but we can tweet at them, right?
Of course, you can
Yeah,
tweet
that's
them.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Avril. That's been answered. Onye doesn't really have a question per se, but I'll be back with you in 1 minute. And someone has a very very interesting question here that whom amongst the presidential candidates in the U.S. upcoming election has the has this vibe of going against Tinubu.
I don't think any of them do. I think the most promising avenue of redress is through the Congress of the United States. Um, I think our presidential candidates are all very weak, and largely could care less about what happens in Nigeria other than, hey, pump oil. Um, and you can have, I think, greater influence with the Congress and the committees and the hearings, and kind of force the policy on the president, which can be done through statutes. Um, but I mean, I've been around a long time in Washington, and then possible nominees for 2024, they're all, in my view, dismal, underscored. So I wouldn't place our hopes on the outcome of the 2024 presidential election. Look at what's happening in Congress. That's where a real return can be obtained.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Bruce. The question keeps coming in, but I'm gonna put
Yeah,
it right
yeah,
now.
I got to go. Okay, all right.
Thank you
Thanks
so
everybody
much.
for listening, and
Thanks for
good
coming.
luck.
Thanks for coming. God bless you.
Okay.
I want people to understand that uh, in the nearest future, Mr. Bruce will be joining us again. But I want us to appreciate the kind of person we just had in our midst right now. So next time, if we're having a space with him, people takes this serious, and they come up with their questions in a very very more organized manner. He's a rare gem, as I said at the beginning of my monologue, that we have him in the midst of us to address us and give us an insight. So thanks again, Mr. Bruce is gone now. Okay, thank you. So now we're back.
So, Mr. Lloyd, if you can hear me, there are lots of people here who wants to ask you questions. Please, sir, do well to request for the mic and come back up here. I actually have sent you a request. I don't know if you've seen it, but if not, please do well to request for the mic and come back here. Thank you.
Thank you, Pearls. Auntie Bolanle, you want to say something real quick?
Yeah, directing it to Mr. Adeneko. Right. So I had had conversations with Mr. Lloyd regarding the role other geographical areas out in the diaspora can play along with NADECO in putting pressure on the international community. Um, is there a strategy that you
Oh, Mr. Lloyd, you can unmute your mic. That question is directed to you, sir.
Um, I didn't quite hear the first part, but I heard when she said um, what role they can um, bring to the table to pressurize.
Okay,
Um,
and finally, do you want to repeat that real quick?
no, the first part of it I was talking about the fact that I'd spoken to you, Mr. Lloyd, about having Nadeco being present in the UK, because you said there wasn't a chapter currently, but I was thinking of the wider picture in terms of, I guess I'm talking about collaboration, and if there was an actual strategy that we can fit in or feed into to bring the necessary pressure to to the international community.
yes, that's a very good question. I believe I had earlier spoken with you regarding this issue. Nadeko is looking forward to um, establishing a very powerful presence in the UK. In the 90s, 1994, when we registered in the US, we had an office in the UK, which was headed by um, Chief Ralph Uwechwe. He's late now. We also had an office in Canada, headed by Cornelius Adebayo. So yes, the board of trustees has resolved that we should now resume activities um, in the UK, in Europe. We have some people who had contacted us, from some lady from Germany who is currently very active with us right now. I'm sure she's listening as well. We have someone from the Netherlands. We have someone from Jamaica, from the Caribbean. So a lot of people have started showing interest in making sure that we spread our tentacles more across the um, the globe, and we're also trying to set up um, um, the women's wing in Nigeria, the youth wing in Nigeria, and the students wing in Nigeria. All of these are designed to make sure that uh, we bring more action and more collaboration to whatever it is that we do. As you can see from the name, it's National Democratic Coalition. So it is actually a coalition. So we're supposed to be working with people like you and others. So yeah, we as soon as we finish with this, if you contact Jimmy, Jimmy will give you all the details about our efforts to make sure we spread all over the place and unite to put this man out of the office that he currently occupies. Hello?
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
Jimmy, are you there?
Yeah, go for it, Bill. Go for it.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to be sure you're there because you
Yeah,
were mute.
I was thinking you come, but it's fine, no problem. So thank you, Auntie Blondie, for that. Oh yeah, let's take you real quick. I I I I got the message about Mr. Simkin requesting for the mic. I've not seen his request, but I heard he's on the space. I'll be looking forward to seeing his request so I can pull him up so he can speak to us. Expecting yours as well. Um, oh yeah, real quick. Can we have your monologue for like 2 3 minutes? Go for it.
Hello, good evening. Can anyone hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good evening, Jimmy Felt, Mr. Lloyd, good evening.
Good
Ndị
evening,
Igbo
ma.
ekele unu, anyị enwekwalụ ndị Igbo ebe a. Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes. Ndi Igbo juru here.
Ndị Igbo anọkụ ya.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm happy about what is happening. Obi dị m sọ aṅụrị sha, about the NADECO and everything that we are trying to do to make sure that the man that stole our mandate is pushed out of Asorok because we didn't put him there. Everybody knows him, know he knows APC knows that we did our best during the elections. We did our best. We mobilized, we came out, we voted. Me, Seb, actually, I was a first time voter. I tried everything. I said I must vote and make sure my vote counted. But Tinubu, Lelai, Kobo, go to Nigeria foolish, but everything will be settled when once we all come out and speak with one voice and say enough is enough. Enough is enough of all this bullying, because actually what we are practicing now in Nigeria is we are not practicing democracy. We are actually practicing one system of politics. If you want to cover everywhere, our judiciary is not working. Nothing is actually working in this country. And I'm actually speaking. I want to talk to most especially Igbo people that both in Nigeria and in diaspora. Let's rise up and stand with our brother. Let's say enough is enough. Our brother won. All of us are shouting one Nigeria, one Nigeria. Can we stand on this one Nigeria and stand and say it's actually our turn? After all, since I was born and raised, I'm 36. I've not seen an Igbo person become president of Nigeria. If we become one now, it's not a bad thing. So let's stand up and raise our voice and say enough. Don't stand and say it doesn't concern me because you are in diaspora, you are making money, or you are in Nigeria. Because most of us, like I am a business person, I even do I relax. I go see your boss. After all, I na here na Alaba, I na a trade fair. Look at all our properties in trade fair brought down, in Alaba brought down. Now the mansion that I am seeing in Abulado being brought down is because of once there is a bad government, it favors nobody. And most especially, who are these people that are targeted? It is we. So please, can we rise up? Ndi Igbo most especially it concerns us because everything I can still remember vividly during the time of everybody is praising Abasha now, but I can still remember the time that after Abasha came to Onitsha and saw what is happening there. The man came back and gave one policy that made most of the traders in Onitsha to go and jump inside River Niger. Business is closed down. I can still remember. Can we rise up and say can we rise up and lend our voice and say enough is enough? I know that me too, I am guilty of what I am saying because I know we are always on the space, we are talking, we are saying one thing or the other, we are not putting action. But but let's just come out, let's come out, let's stand, let's come out on the street. Me particularly, I will come out. Me, I am like will I say I am a shy person? I am. So, but one thing I know that is that once all of us start to come out, I will come out. I will stand for my children and say enough is enough. Ndi Igbo, let's come out and stand and make our voice known. As I end my submission, I thank everybody. Jimmy, I thank you. Pels, I thank you. The NADECO, I thank you. I don't even know whether there are Igbo people in the NADECO. Please, I would like to know. Because all the names I'm hearing, Roy, all those ones,
Okay, Onye, thanks for that. It's nice hearing from you, and the purpose of this is just to let people know it's not an Igbo
I,
association.
I know, Jimmy. No, no, no. I know. I understand. It's not. It's not a. It's not Igbo something. It's not. Please,
Of
but it's time that we too we still lend our voice. It's necessary. Is it not?
of course. So,
It's necessary. I know. It's not Igbo something. I know. Yoruba. You are Igbo. You are Yoruba. I know. I like you a lot. The way you speak out. You speak on behalf of Yoruba people. I like you. As in, I believe. I wish there are Igbos too that can be speaking the way you are speaking for us.
oh yeah, we
It's
have
necessary.
have
It's
a lot.
needed.
We have a lot of Igbo speaking, and but don't worry, we'll get to that in a minute. I love your submission, and we'll be back on that topic real soon. Bishop, how you doing, my brother? Speak to your people, let them hear from you, let them know you're here with us, and I'm waiting on Miss Patience to come up, and we can connect to Mr. Simpkins, that is having difficulties to join the space. But yeah, Bishop, take it away, my brother.
To jama'a yan uwana na gaishe ku. Tun da sun Yorubawa sun yi nasu, sun Yamire sun yi nasu yanzu sauran namu. Mutum da ana magana a kan shi shugaban Najeriya wanda ya sata mana mandate namu shine muna magana a kan shi yanzu. Wannan mutum ya kai kashe yan uwanmu a Lagos. In kun tuna da wannan waka da African China ya yi da an ce dai an kashe mutum a cikin Ajigule. Mu ne yana yi mana wakan. Kun gane? Yanzu ya kamata mu zo tare. Mu hadu, mu cire wannan mutum a gurin shugaba. Don ba shi bane ya ci zabe ba. Wanda ya ci zabe yana gurin. Wannan mutum ya zo ya sata ya kashe ya yi komai da komai yana gurin don yana da kudin da ya sata a Lagos bara mu yada ba. Na so yi muku magana ne a cikin Hausa Arewa mu zo mu tare mu cire wannan barawo a gurin shugaba. Mun gode.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, Bishop. I was expecting that to just pop out as smooth as it came out. Thank you so much. Um Grandmaster, my brother, I see you. God bless you. Thanks for coming up. God's will. You've been raising your hands for a very long time. Let's hear you speak so we can take all the speakers. How you doing, my brother?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, my goodness. Okay, we've got two God's will. Coincidentally, we've got two God's will. So I'm speaking to the God's will with the tie. You just popped up. All right, just hold on a minute. And the chilling God's will. Please go for it. 3 minutes.
All right, good evening.
Evening.
I will say good evening again to my namesake here because actually it's hard to see someone with the name Gospel. That name Gospel is not actually that rampant here. So please, I have a very quick question to ask and also make an opinion. The movement of obedient of the movement for a better country in Nigeria is not about an Igbo. I'm an Igbo guy from Anambra. I have friends. One of my best friends during my secondary school is an Hausa guy, Salami Wahab. Till today, we are still very close. I have Yoruba guys too. Do you understand? That's the question. But please, I was listening to when Bruce Fenn was talking, the lawyer. He was hinting on something. The Congress. Do you understand? And all his words were just surrounding the fact that if we can penetrate our way through there from the way he was talking and we make our voice known, it would actually be much lot easier for us. So I don't like too much talk. I just want to know what are the necessary steps to take to make our voice heard in that Congress. Where do we start as it is hot? Do you understand?
That was a beautiful question. Godfrey, I was hoping we get to that, and that's the reason why. In fact, the director was actually meant to speak about this, but we had to change the structure of the space simply because of Mr. Bruce is a very very busy person. So I decided to pull him up to speak so people can throw their questions at him. So but now we have Mr. Lloyd, we have Professor Monday Gold, and Mr. David Ade NADECO to speak on that. So this is how it's going to be. They'll speak on the plan, what we are going to do, what will be done, and after that, what will be done after that. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing. And now that we've initiated this, when we kickstart this move, because it's going to require a lot of documentation and a lot of filing of legal documentation, legally and politically. So we're going to be doing that. So, but I mean, we'll keep people posted. Okay, as I said, it's not an obedient thing. It's for every well-meaning Nigeria. I don't care what political affiliation you've got. As long as you believe in the betterment of that country, we have to come together to save our country, and that's the purpose. So now that they're here, they are ready to speak and answer questions in the best way they can, just for every single person to know that we need to get our country back. Okay, it's a patriotic thing they're doing, and we thank them for that. So I just want to take two other questions before we go back to the director. We're running out of time. We still got like 1.5 hours left to go. Mr. Jackson, I see your hand. Grandmaster, I see your hand. Ghostwheel, I see your hand. But let me pass it on to Pels to take over. I really need to do one or two things, but you guys are in good hands. Miss Pels, please take it over from here.
Okay, thank you very much, Jimmy. So moving on real quick. Before we go ahead, I would like to request for ladies to come up here and join the conversation. I usually like to have a balanced conversation where you have both genders. So if you're a lady here and you want to join the conversation, please do well to request for the mic. So real quick, I'll pass the mic over. Mr. Jackson, I see your hand. Over to you. And then we'll come over to Godswill and then Grandmaster. So over to you, Jackson. Jackson?
Thank you very much, Miss Pearl. Quickly, I'm just going to point out to the issues that have been raised concerning the idea of pumping the whole stuff onto the Congress. Now, if you are a Nigerian in diaspora and you live in the US, I would really suggest this. Um, get in touch with me. We're going to do what we need to do by reaching out to our various congressional reps, I'm already in talks with my rep, and I'm ready at the point where a meeting is supposed to be scheduled between me and her, so I could have a sit down with her and let her know what my interests are. And going forward, if we can come together, I mean, those of us who live in the United States, if we can come together and make sure we sit down in the Congress at the entrance of the Congress and stage our own protest
Hello.
there. Though we're planning something coming up, but while that is on, if we can all get together and ensure that we go to the gate of the U.S. Congress, make it a daily affair, or however we want to do it, maybe once in a week, or maybe once in 2 months, or once in 1 month, or whatever, however we could do it, go to the Congress and sit down there with our placard and ensure that every member of Congress who goes in there sees us protesting, demanding for justice for Nigerians, because whatever we're doing here is not just for Nigerians. I mean, it's not just for us in the diaspora or those of us on the Twitter space. It is for those Nigerians who live in the villages who don't have a voice, who don't have the wherewithal to demand for good governance that they desire. So if you live overseas, you live in the US, do us this favor. Let us all come together and take our voices to those who represent us. I'm a voter. I don't know if I'm going to vote Democrats in the coming elections. I don't know where I'm going to vote. I may decide not to vote. But those of us who will vote for the president or who will be voting for during the congressional elections, let us do that and do that in a way that we use our vote to demand for what we want. If you live in the UK, do the same thing. Go to the UK Parliament, organize Nigerians, and demand that the UK should sit and make a decision on the issue that we are raising on a daily basis as it concerns as the president of Nigeria. This is what I think that we should be able to do. We could also do this in collaboration with the NADECO USA or NADECO UK if it is formed, so that we can actually have strong footing in what we do. But by and large, there's going to be a massive movement coming soon that will demand what we actually talking about right here. That will move forward and demand that the man who is occupying our space take a leave. But before that comes on, let us all do what little we could do to make an impact in what we want to do. Thank you very much.
That's a very good one right there. Thank you very much, Jackson. So, guys, you've heard. If you want to be a part of that, please do about to reach out to Jackson. So, real quick, I've been made to understand that Mr. Simkin, one of our other special guests, is here through Patience's handle. So Patience, do you want to unmute and let him speak to us? Hi, Patience, are you there? Okay, she's not
Yes,
there.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, please go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, hold on, please.
Okay, while we wait for her, I just let me pass the mic over to
Yeah,
Godswill.
hold on. Hello,
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Sims is here. Sir, can you hear him? Sir, can you speak?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can, sir. Please go ahead.
All right. Well, sorry we didn't start earlier, but I did want to speak to you all to tell you how important the idea of a political action committee is. Nigeria faces a lot of challenges internationally as well as here in Washington. You have not only the U.S. government, you got the World Bank, the IMF, and I think that the idea of a group that's representing Nigerian interests here in Washington and throughout the country is critical. The thing that NADECO has been trying to do is to put together a network of people throughout the country, because as I always tell people, when you talk to people in the government in Washington, you're just one of many advocates that they see all the time. But if you talk to them, the Congress people, the governors, the mayors in their home area, you're a voter. And voters, they listen to. So that's why it's important to do it this way. You can always get people to come from Nigeria, somebody to come and talk to this congressman or that State Department or whatever, but it doesn't have the impact that a political action committee would have that's coordinating throughout the whole country. Now, I know a lot of people are very concerned about President Tinubu, and of course, that's something that a lot of people want to be very vigilant about. But there's a lot more issues than that. For example, Nigeria is in AGOA, the African Growth and Opportunity Act. But if you notice, in the last 2 years, 7 African countries have been suspended from AGOA. Not all human rights violations of the LGBTQ issue. This administration is very keen on that. And I was in a meeting some years ago when I worked in Congress. And the Nigerian House Committee on Foreign Affairs was meeting with the House Foreign Affairs here. And there were some members of our committee here who were suggesting that, well, Nigeria is not really doing well on LGBTQ rights, and we may have to suspend.
Oh dear, I think we've lost him. I don't know what happened. Oh dear. Okay, patience, please do vote to request for the mic and come back up here. I don't know what happened. But while we wait for you, I'll pass the mic. I wanted to take and then we'll take Dr. Royal. So over to you, Godfrey. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for everything, Jimmy, Bruce, fine. You guys did a great job. Okay, quick. I'm gonna make this real short. Um, this my this will go directly to the NADECO, and I just wanted to sort of share this, strategy, which have been deploying, appeared successfully. Um, so all the way from
Uh,
all the way. Can anybody hear me?
yeah, we
Can
can
any-
hear loud and clear. But if you have a strategy, we can talk about that in the background. You can communicate with I can put you straight to the director and the team in charge. But we can just what we want to do here is listen to the Nadeco speak, and we can now ask them the questions. And they've honestly speaking, they've not really spoken. It's just what we're hearing now is just based on what Bruce has actually said initially. So, but thankfully, we've gotten one of them speaking before the thing. Patient, hold on a
Okay,
minute. Hold on.
he's waiting. That's what I'm calling.
I know. Yeah.
Okay, let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Oh,
I'll go after him. Let him
tell
go.
hold on to because he is far away from his phone and we're having difficulty bringing him up. So we devised a method at which he can get through to us. So, but go ahead,
Okay, sir.
patience,
Go
please
ahead.
carry on.
All right, to finish what I was saying, the Nigerian legislatures told the American legislators that if you want to cut off our aid,
Patient, is there a way you can get closer to his voice? We can hear him, but not that
right on the
clearly.
phone, I have the speaker. I have the speaker on the phone.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yeah,
Can you
go
hear
ahead.
me better now?
I think so. Can you hear better?
Yeah, fair enough. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, what I'm saying is that there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed. There's misconceptions about Nigeria. There's things that come up that you don't expect. It can't just be government to government. You have to have Nigerians here in the Americas who are able to exert their influence. You have people all over Cincinnati, Denver, New Orleans, Atlanta, Miami, Dallas, who are well known in the community. And if they tell the politicians, look, here's what we need you to look at, here's what we need you to do, as a potential voter, as somebody who influences other people to vote, they'll listen. Because Nigerians are the most successful of the Africans in America. And if you have a political action committee, I've spoken on this issue with Liberians, Rwandans, Ethiopians, Eritreans. They will all follow the Nigerian lead if you do this. 2024 is a pivotal electoral year. You don't want to miss this year. You want to be able to start early in 2024 and represent the interest of Nigerians in America, but also Nigerians back home. And you have a great opportunity. And Lloyd and I have been talking about this to people for more than a year. And, you know, people are very interested in different issues and all, but they don't want to actually do anything about it. Now is the time to do something about it. Let me assure you. Uganda, as I said, was suspended from AGOA. They knew months ago that this was possible, but they didn't really work to undo it, to prevent it from happening. Once it happens, it's hard to get back in. You don't want that to happen in Nigeria. I would say that I don't think it's going to happen in Nigeria because you're one of the leading trading partners of the United States. But I didn't think it would happen to Uganda either, which is one of the most faithful African allies that the United States has. But it can happen. So don't wait for something bad to happen. Put a network together and exercise the influence that Nigerians have. I've been in discussions with your legislature back home about doing a legislative exchange process. As a part of that, they have to now have friends in the media, among think tanks, as well as people in government. And that's all great. But if it's backed up by people here who are talking to these legislators at home, that makes a big difference. If the president or the vice president goes somewhere and does a speech and somebody asks about Nigeria or Nigerian Americans, that's going to register with them. And they're going to think, there's a lot of people who think about this. There's no more Africans in this country than Nigerians. But you have to use that collective power in a positive way for Nigerians here and Nigerians back home. So I hope that you will take this seriously, and I hope that people will be able to move on this to make this happen. You have a great opportunity. Don't let 2024 pass you by, please. So thank you.
Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you, patient. We've been able to listen to. I'm not sure people heard him clearly, but I did hear what he said clearly. He's basically saying we shouldn't let this opportunity fly by. We have the chance to make use of the current situation in America right now for the upcoming 2024 presidential election happening in America. You know, the Nigerians in America can make use of this, withholding their vote and making it count. Africans in America coming together because there's this saying that Nigeria is the giant of Africa, and a lot of African countries are looking up to Nigeria. Okay, and if that's the case, then they're ready to stand with us. They should be ready to be with us on this move because when Nigeria works, Africa will work. Okay, so that's basically what he's saying, and the black community in America as a whole. That's a huge member to be deducted from a particular vote. I don't think Biden or whoever is running for another office is ready to jeopardize that. Let's make use of that figure. Let's make use of that power to demand and get what we want. What is going on right now in Nigeria is a travesty, and we need to correct that. We're saying it loud and clear. We need to correct that. Before the space started, I played an audio, well, a couple of audios. There was one about Peter Obi saying no one should vote for him because he's an Igbo man. No one should vote for him because he's from Southeast. People should put every presidential aspirant, candidate rather, on a scale of what they've done, their antecedent. Peter Obi was not voted for because he was an evil man. He wasn't voted for because he's from Anambra. It was the man of the people simply because he has the credentials. It's been confirmed as the best candidate. We know this for a fact. It is a commonsensical thing to do, and people did it. He won that election, it was stolen from him. Now, stealing from him is just not enough. They want to capture the whole country. They want to capture what they even lost. They're going after all the places they've lost. They want to make it a one state party. It's not going to happen. We Nigerians, we cannot let the worst of us lead the best of us. This is the time we need to come together and fight against this status quo. This madness needs to stop. We're saying this loud and clear on the space so they can hear it. They should know, and their cohorts, the people that sold and desecrated the constitution of that country, they should know deep down inside of them that the people are coming back for them. The people are going to take back their country because the power of the people is greater than the people in power. The sooner the better we realize this as a nation, the better for us as a nation. We shouldn't let tribe, ethnicity, or religion divide us. We should come together, put our differences aside, and gain our country back. Thanks for joining the space. This is NADECO Speaks to Nigeria, and we are ready to listen to them. Before we go back to the Executive Director of NADECO USA, I would like to hear from Grandmaster and NASA. Then we take the NADECO Director in that manner. Grandmaster, how you doing, my brother?
Yeah, thank you so much, my brother Jimmy. This is a wonderful space that you brought up. But first of all, let me just take the opportunity to say, pay my greatest respect to all the NADECO members who are here, Sir Lloyd, Sir David, and all of you, including Mr. Bruce, who has just left. Um, Sir, I have a couple of questions, or sirs, and these questions go to any NADECO member who could actually please help me to answer this. I remember NADECO as a young boy growing up in the mid 90s. I witnessed the era of Abacha and all those people. I remember how formidable, how feared the NADECO was, even though they mostly operated from outside the country. But still, when you mentioned the name Nadeko, you know, it was very fearful to hear. I remember all the things, the news that used to seep into the country back then when we didn't have the access to internet and all these things, right? About Nadeko. And I remember your contributions to the restoration of democracy in the country. And I want to thank you guys, every one of you, very well. Now, my question is this. Uh, I'll be very quick. The first one is this. What strategy are you intending to employ to, combat or go against somebody like Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, knowing fully well that he was once a member of the NADECO? He understands the strategy of NADECO. He understands how the NADECO operates and everything in between. Is there any new strategy that the NADECO is intending to employ this time around? And I'm very, very optimistic because after listening to Mr. David, I remember that, I felt like energized. He actually made me believe that, there's still hope left. That is number one. Number two, very quickly, from, everyone who's spoken, I've got to realize that, most of the strategy is speaking about things that are going to happen in the diaspora. Uh, but how then do we translate these things, you know, to the things happening, on the ground, in Nigeria, knowing fully well that the Nigeria government has grown a thick skin, so to say, and they rarely ever are shaken by, events happening outside Nigeria. I think the only thing that's going to affect them is what is actually happening within Nigeria. So how does an adequate intend to, how will I put it, like just this strategy they actually are brewing, so to say, how is it going to transplant into what is actually happening in Nigeria and actually affect changes in Nigeria? And lastly, my question is this: knowing that Nadeko is up to a big fight, is there any alliance that the Nadeko is currently building? I mean, you don't have to mention those people are. Are there alliances being built with other organizations and pro-democracy institutions and organizations, be they within the country of Nigeria or in the diaspora? Because to the best of my knowledge, I think the task ahead is very daunting because what we are looking at is a case of state capture. Every institution is bought and paid for, and it's not going to be easy to penetrate the country as it is today. So those are my questions. Thank you so much. I yield the mic.
Okay. That was a very packed question, but let's do it this way. Okay. Let's start with the executive director of NADECO USA. Let's have him speak, and we have other NADECO members speak. That way, I'm sure and certain that they would have answered a lot of people's questions. And after their speech, if you still have anything to ask, then you can go ahead. But I think they should speak first, then we can take it from there. Um, Executive Director of NADECO, Mr. Lloyd, thank you for coming back up. I think it's your time to give your speech now. You can unmute your mic and speak now, sir. Hello, Mr. Lloyd. Are you with us? Can anybody hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Now we can hear you. Okay, go for it, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Jimmy. I have been listening and I'm very excited. But before I go into my presentation question, because I might forget um, after my presentation, so let me um, just say something about it. See, the drums to which Tinubu and APC and co are dancing are being played in Washington. They're being played in London. They're being played in Brussels. So the strength that Tinubu has that makes him run around is coming from here and from EU and the rest of the other places. That is proven by the fact that the request for his record, his FBI damage, that's our strategy. Our strategy is to fight from here and then take the fight back home, take the result of the fight back home for Nigerians to take it on. If the records, his criminal activities are released in full, it will empower Nigerians to go on the streets. Even his supporters will say to themselves, wait a minute. So this guy has been a big drug dealer, killing people all over the place. Abba, this man should go. So that's how we see it playing out in Nigeria. But now let me go into my presentation. And my presentation is a bit kamikaze in nature. And so you have to, pardon me. I'm going to start first by reading out some quotes, and then I'll go into my delivery proper. And the first quote that I want to put out is by George Orwell. The day people realize that if they are in large unified numbers, they can demand anything from their government is the day the government is in big trouble. That is why they keep us divided. The next quote is: a bad system does not appear wrong to those who benefit from it. They do everything to defend it to the detriment of larger society. And I love this one. If there is no justice for the people, let there be no peace for the government, by Emiliano Zapata. Then one from one of our past leaders, Bafemi Awolowo. A day will come when Nigerian masses from the north, south, Christians, Muslims, and atheists will march as a force for progress and unity and kick against rigging, corruption, and tyranny. This was in 1987 by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Take particular interest in and kick against rigging, corruption, and tyranny. And then I'll read this one before I go into my delivery. This is from Nelson Mandela. The world will never respect Africa until Nigeria earns that respect. The black people of the world are looking up to Nigeria to be a source of pride and confidence. Every Nigerian citizen should be made to understand this. The final one is from OBJ, Obasanjo. Nigeria needs more rebels to speak truth to power. I am a rebel. Nigeria needs more like me, like you, like us. So, as I said, my presentation is a bit kamikaze. And the theme for my presentation is this, is also a quote. The theme is this. Open the quote. At all cost, fight for it, grab it, snatch it, and run with it. End quote. Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's the theme of my presentation. There is no hope unless the people rise up and put an criminals. First, we place our hope on the people and our voter cards. That failed us. Then we shifted our hope to INEC. That too failed us. Next, we said all eyes were on the judiciary. We were disappointed. Then we said the Supreme Court. That turned out to be hogwash and the biggest failure. Now we are the people. Sovereignty belongs to us. Nigeria belongs to us, you and me. It is now our turn to deliver ourselves from them. The people cannot fail the people. We cannot fail ourselves. The people are those we relied on did. We cannot fail ourselves. We must retrieve our mandate now. We must liberate ourselves. We must demand freedom. But the only problem is that freedom is not free. It has never been from time immemorial. Not necessarily in terms of um, lost life, but not free in terms of your money, your time, your resources, your pleasure, your comfort zone, etc. Go back to history, and I challenge you, go back to history and check out the following. The American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Cuban Revolution, the Chinese Communist Revolution, the Greek War of Independence, Iranian Revolution, the Arab Spring that happened just around the corner, the Taipei Revolution, the Serbian Revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution, Haitian Revolution, and now what is going on in Israel. The greatest of all the revolutions is considered to be the American Revolution. What were the four top causes of this revolution? It was Taxation Act, the Boston Massacre, the Boston Tea Party, and the Intolerable Acts. All of these things, four things I just enumerated, and worse things have happened and are happening right now in Nigeria. When you talk about tax, Nigerians are overtaxed. Right now, I remember during his campaign, tax, 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 tax. Boston Massacre, Nigerians were murdered during the NSARS. Intolerable acts, they're innumerable. You can't count them. So all the things that happened that triggered American Revolution have happened in Nigeria. Democracy itself is also not free, just as freedom is not. Now, just listen to what the late Jerry Rawlings of Ghana said to a French journalist in an interview. I quote, When you talk about democracy, you must talk about the power and the capacity of the people to be strong enough, to be defiant enough, to be able to protect freedom and justice. People who cannot protect freedom and justice cannot protect democracy. The people need to be empowered enough to defy the politician when he is wrong. If they cannot correct him, and with the passage of time, he becomes a tyrant, a dictator. End of quote. Today, we stand on the precipice of a pivotal moment in the history of our great nation, Nigeria. This great occasion and platform has brought us together not merely to speak, but to ignite the flames of change within us, to inspire a collective uprising against the shackles of corruption that have bound our beloved country for decades. We are the last hope of the common man. We are the People's Supreme Court of Nigeria. We have nowhere else to go but to fight back. Nigeria, once a beacon of an ivory of hope, now stands at the crossroads of despair and mockery in a committee of nations. With the last Supreme Court judgment on the presidential election, our once respected nation has finally lost the last straw of respect that it got. Our judiciary, legislative, and executive systems, infected by the venom of corruption, have failed to serve the very people they were designed to protect. It's time we acknowledge that Nigeria is not working. Instead, it's spiraling into an abyss of economic hardship, a consequence of the greed of corrupt politicians. Let me ask you this. From what we know about Mr. Tinubu, Mr. Shetima, Mr. Goswila Kwabio, Mr. Barao Jibril, Mr. Tajuddin Abbas, Mr. Benjamin Kalu, Mr. Nyesom Wike, Mr. Femi Bajabiamela, and the rest of them, do you really, in your sane mind, expect anything better? Do you? Remember that the direction we take in our country will be determined by the men who lead. Who are our leaders, if I may ask? Are we prepared to follow them or ditch them? To Nigerians and to the international community, the Tinubu administration remains illegitimate and unconstitutional. Yes, Tinubu has murdered democracy in Nigeria, and he has murdered his own sleep. He will know no peace until we, the people, rescue power from him, a tyrant. So today, I implore you to cast aside the illusion that salvation will come from foreign shores or from anywhere other than from you. No Western government can rescue Nigeria. The power to reclaim our destiny lies within us. The resilient and patriotic sons and daughters of this great nation hold the answer to our problems. From the northern winds of Kano to the southern waves of Calabar, from the bustling streets of Lagos to the serene landscapes of Yenagoa, from the sleepy village of Oshobele and Ahoda to the federal capital of Abuja, let us rise with a unified voice. Let the echoes of our demand for a better Nigeria resonate from Onisha to Makodi, from Agoiwoyi to Awamama, cutting across religious beliefs and tribal affiliations. Our politicians have cunningly exploited our diversity, using religion and ethnicity as tools of division for decades. It's time to shatter these chains and recognize that Nigerian politicians are not invincible giants after all. They are not more powerful than the collective might of our youth. They have sown seeds of discord, feeding on the bitterness of tribal and religious sentiments. But today, we declare that hunger and joblessness know no tribe or religion. It is a common enemy that unites us, and together we can defeat it. This is our moment, our opportunity to grasp the reins of our destinies. If we don't do it now, no one will. not even the West, for they too have their interests, sometimes aligned with the corrupt politicians who exploit our nation's wealth. Let us stand united, rising above petty differences, defeating hired thugs and their politician paymasters who seek to intimidate us. For in our unity lies the strength to create a new Nigeria free from nepotism, corruption, and division. Fellow Nigerians, the time has come for us to rise with unwavering determination and march for our freedom, our future, and against the shackles of oppression that bind us. We must unite against the corrosion of corruption that stains our nation, manipulated by politicians for their own gain. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call, obey. Dominate and shock Nigeria now. Peaceful protest against an illegitimate, illegal, and brutal regime is constitutionally protected human right. It is protected. Let me ask you this question. Do you know why protests have not fully erupted in Nigeria? Because historically, even before independence, but especially during June 12, 1993, MKO Abiola's election, protests have mostly emanated from the Southwest. Then religion and ethnicity are weaponized to ignite the North. Today, all the protest organizers are in government and are chopping big time, so no protest can take place. That's why Nigeria is quiet. APC, Tinubu, Shoyinka, Femi Falana, Bakare, and the rest of them protested, I believe that was in 2015, against Goodluck Jonathan. They called him clueless. They called his wife a hippopotamus and carried a mock coffin of him. Nothing happened to them. Nothing will happen to us now when we dominate the streets of Nigeria. We must say no and change that narrative because we all are hurting. Please know that we are not here to plan or organize a revolution because revolutions are neither planned nor organized. Revolutions just happen and it will happen soon. To deal with people who don't obey the rule of law, you need to be mad. What they love is the rule of lawlessness. As youths, you are the heartbeat of this great nation, and it is high time we defied the divisions sown among us for selfish interests of a few. Our destiny, our unity is our strength, and together we shall march against the chains that hold us hostage. The drum beat of our march resonates with the rhythm of change. We march not only against the visible chains of corruption, but against the silent oppressor that is poverty. Our steps today forge a path towards a future where every Nigerian can rise above the grasp of destitution. If we truly are the leaders of tomorrow, then that future is now. Let the flames of passion burn within us, propelling us forward as we demand the Nigeria we deserve. This march is not just a physical movement, but a symbolic stride toward a nation where justice, equity, and prosperity prevail. Nigerians, the power to shape our destiny lies within us. As we march, let our voices echo in unison, drowning out the whispers of corruption and oppression. For in this collective movement, we carve a legacy of generations to come. March for freedom, march for unity, and march only we can fix our politics. We would be the envy of the entire world. In conclusion, here are the deliverables to take home. Here, the crux of everything that I said is centered in the following. One, NADECO is joining the existing suit or bringing a fresh suit against the FBI to recover a full and complete record on Tinubu. That's number one. Number two, NADECO is bringing an action against CSU, Chicago State University, seeking a declaratory judgment to tell the world how Tinubu graduated and and also why they have never gone after him for forging their former president's signature. You remember that the person whose signature appeared on the certificate that Chicago State University said was not theirs, threatened to sue Tinubu for forging her signature. Where is that woman now? What has happened to her? Why is she silent? Why hasn't she filed a suit against Tinubu? By creating a website, namely Nigerian Good Governance Index.com. This interactive website will have a hall of fame and a hall of shame where Nigerians will vote to list politicians either in fame or in shame. The inductees will be issued certificates in the category that they belong to. For instance, if Tinubu, who wants to be in the world Guinness record of, forgotten how they put it, Guinness World Record, we'll put him in the Hall of Fame or Hall of Shame, depending on what Nigerians decide online. So this website, the Good Governance Index website, has been set up. It hasn't been launched. Nigerians will have the opportunity to go there and vote. We have placed certain criteria to guide the Nigerian voters to to decide on how to vote on these individuals. The politicians, all the politicians in Nigeria, current executive branch, judiciary, legislative branch, even the judges will be listed. So Nigerians can go there and click and vote on them one by one. Um, in the executive section, it will cover the presidency, ministers, and head of parastatus. And we are going back from 1999 till date, but we are starting first with this current administration. We'll list all of them. The judges, the federal judges, the state judges, all will be listed there, where Nigerians can go and make comments and vote on them, and we either issue them, um, um, induct them into Hall of Fame or Hall of Shame. Four, the judiciary. We have created a section for rating and judging the judges. It's called Judge a Judge by the general public. And there's another section to judge the judges only by lawyers. The lawyers who have appeared before these judges would have some basic criteria to judge these judges and make comments about them. You have to use your phone or email to log in, and whatever information you put in there would your number and your contact and name would remain anonymous, but the information you put in there, for instance, based on the criteria we've put out, if this is a judge that usually asks for bribe, it will be stated there by a lawyer who has appeared before him and who has offered him bribe or who he has um, demanded bribe from. If it's a judge who issues injunctions all over the place for money, it will be put in there. There will be ratings and comments about those who accept bribes, for example, etc. In addition to the following general criteria: temperament of the judge, scholarship, industriousness, ability to handle complex litigation, punctuality, general ability to handle pre-trial material. All of these things are going to be the yardsticks to be used by lawyers only. But the other section of the website will be used by the Nigerian public on all the judges. Number five, NADECO is also making available a section where Nigerians will release instances of bad governance and stealing of government money by searching for bank accounts of politicians and their friends and families and making them public. You have, for instance, a politician A. We will find out his bank accounts. If he has billions, it will be made public. If he has houses, 3 houses in Abuja and one in London, it will be made public. So Nigerians will know that this politician has all of these things littered all over, the world. Young men working in banks are tasked to search for accounts belonging to politicians and their stooges containing stolen money. Houses and investments owned by politicians will be made public. 6. Nigerians all over the US have resolved to form a political action committee, PAC. It's called NPAC, Nigerian Political Action Committee, to encourage Nigerians to use their voting power against any administration, currently or in the future, that supports Nigeria to oppress and suppress the people. No more business as usual. Mr. Gregory Simpkins is the one we retained to work on this. It will be Nigerians of voting age, Nigerian Americans, who get together and decide that, for example, Biden administration is not helping us, and we will take a position and say Nigerians who are of voting age in America have resolved to vote against the following individuals because they are not supporting. They are supporting Nigeria, not Nigerians. That is what Gregory Simpkins was talking about, taking advantage of the upcoming election. This current administration has blocked so many things in favor of Tinubu, and we also want to block things against them, especially now that the Democrats need so much help. And so Nigerian Political Action Committee is coming out to make sure that we use our votes wisely. Finally, and this is very important, if you are happy with what is happening in Nigeria, please do nothing. Just stay at home. Don't come out. If you want our country back, come out and shut Nigeria down in a very peaceful protest. Date to be announced. Thank you and God bless you.
Oof. Um, just in case you didn't realize, you spent over 30 minutes to giving that speech, so I'm sure you understand what I mean when I said that. We
Oh,
won't. I'm doing the timing here. So I mean, it's a space thing. You don't know when you're on the space. You just keep going. You just keep going. So
my apologies,
no, no,
man.
no, no.
My apologies. I thought I timed myself.
None. That wasn't necessary. You didn't have to apologize. The beauty of it is everything you said meant well and was well digested by every single person listening. A lot of people are responding by emojis. They are liking what you're saying, and they appreciate it. It was a brilliant. It was a brilliant submission. Thank you so much for that. Um, we have Professor Mundi and we have Mr. David Adinieko. I'm not sure which of you would like to go first. I would like to hear your own opinion on this, and after that, we can now take a question. Mr. David, you want to go? Professor Mundi, do you want to go? Can anybody hear me? Professor Mundi, are you with me? Mute your
I'm
mic.
with you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Go for it, sir. Go for it.
All right. Greetings to my brothers and sisters, Nigerians and friends of Nigeria worldwide. I've already introduced myself. And again, my name is Mondi Gold. I'm communicating with you from the state of New Jersey in the United States. I want to share some old ideas with you and to underscore the fact that all hope is not lost. There is hope for us to regain our mandates. There is hope for us to turn things around within the shortest period of time. A few minutes ago, roughly about an hour is far more organized than any. As an advocate for upholding the rule of law and working tirelessly to advance the interests of Nigerians, indeed, that Tinubu has to go. And we'll do whatever we can to actualize our vision, because primarily there are glaring loopholes, and it does not matter what the Supreme Court of Nigeria has done. You will recall that in 1999, Chief Bola Tinubu made public statements asserting that he attended Government College Ibadan from 1965 to 1968 and St. Paul's Children's Home School Ibadan from 1958 to 1964. He further claimed to have transferred to Richard Daley College. And here is the issue. It is quite disturbing that on the Independent National Electoral Commission form, Chief Bola Tinubu declared completing his basic education at a non-existent St. Paul's School in Arola, Lagos, thereby introducing a significant discrepancy. And to the best of my recollection, this key discrepancy has not been addressed by the Supreme Court of Nigeria. And we will not let it go. Because when the foundation is weak, anything else cannot hold. So we have an opportunity to follow this, address the discrepancy, to manipulated documents. Your credentials will not stand the test of time. And we can address that. I must tell you, I am in the field. I have been a professor in the United States for the last 20 years. And I know how the system operates here. And I want to seize the opportunity to assure my brothers and sisters that the network partners and consultants we have will make a difference. The whole Boys Association of Government College Ibadan, as well as the college administration, remember that, have publicly refuted Chief Tinubu's claim of attending the college from 1965 to 1968. So if Tinubu had turned around to say, to include in his INEC form that he graduated, on what basis? Based on false documentation? I want to show you the Nigerian diaspora will not take that. And we are committed to ensuring that in as much as these institutions have declared him a winner, we will continue to see him as an illegitimate president. The concerns extend beyond the political realm, as they involve alleged inconsistencies of his academic credentials. And here's another key point. The adoption of an identity of a woman. It is on record that the social security number he used is questionable. And we are held bent in ensuring that that is held accountable. She must account for how that social security number was made available. States that can stand up and defend the territory, crucial for maintaining the public trust and confidence in our institutions and attracting foreign direct investment. As we work towards a Nigeria that embodies transparency, accountability, and rule of law, it is imperative that these allegations are thoroughly investigated and addressed. And we will make sure we involve the Internal Revenue Service in the United States when it comes to identifying the true owner of the social security card number he used at the university. It is crucial to note that the declaration of victory by the Independent National Electoral Commission and the Supreme Court does not and will never negate the underlying issues surrounding these allegations. And we are the Supreme Court of Nigeria, and we have the power to change the system. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a peaceful revolution. We need an emergency intervention to avoid a total collapse of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But there is an option. The option before Chief Bola Tinubu is obvious. We demand that Chief Bola Tinubu should resign before it is too late. Chief Bola Tinubu's resignation is not only in the interest of justice, but it's also essential for the preservation of the credibility of our leaders and institutions. Such a decision would not only serve the best interest of Nigeria, but also preserve the dignity of the presidency and shield our nation from unnecessary international embarrassment. The allegations of forgery against Chief Bola Tinubu, may I submit to you, that is compromising the integrity of Nigeria on the international stage. The record is out there. The credibility of our nation is at stake, and we will not take it lightly. If left unaddressed, these allegations will lead to lasting damage for not the men and women of this generation, for succeeding generations. Your voice and influence are crucial in ensuring that our nation remains committed to the principles of accountability and ethical governance. NADECO, ladies and gentlemen, has emphasized the seriousness of these allegations, contending that forgery is a grave offense which with severe legal consequences around the world, especially in both United States and Nigeria. I am asking all of you to align with the position of NADECO in recognizing the gravity of these allegations. We will certainly continue to aggressively and passionately urge all relevant stakeholders, including appropriate authorities, to conduct a comprehensive and impartial inquiry into these allegations in order to put in order to bring an end to this illegal occupation of the presidency. It is my firm conviction that until Chief Bola Tinubu is able to clear his name of the allegations related to his academic credentials, he cannot be considered the legitimate president of Nigeria. I am confident that together we can contribute to fostering a Nigeria that stands as a beacon of integrity on the world stage. I thank you for your attention to this urgent matter. I thank you for your understanding. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I need to assure you that there is hope. Our executive director has just outlined some of the areas that we are working on, but so much is out there for us to explore. We need the cooperation of our brothers and sisters, and I want to finally seize the opportunity to thank our global partners in sanitizing, in upholding the rule of law, and make Nigeria great again. I thank you.
Oh boy. Thank you so much, Professor Gold. That was a splendid submission. Um, Interesting monologue. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thanks. Um, Comrade David, are you with us? I'd like to have you now so we can start taking questions from our beloved listeners and speakers. Comrade David Adeneko, are you with us, sir? Can you unmute your mic, please? Can you unmute your mic and speak to us?
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Crystal, take it away, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and all other protocols observed. I want to say that in the history of mankind, there's a time you have to ask yourself, who are the leaders? Do we really have leaders in Nigeria at this point in time? And there are times we have to ask yourself, where are the natural leaders? I heard Dr. Lord talking about revolution, being peaceful, also talking about democracy is not free. I was a foot soldier back home in Nigeria in 1993, when Bear Cub, people died. People died. What we call peaceful protests. And I want to start with the words of John, the former president of the United States, J.F. Kennedy. He famously said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. We are not preaching violence. We are not saying that we are going to fight. But at the point, these intruders, these imposters, they will force you to push back. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we have to push back. Pushing back does not mean we are fighting a war. Pushing back means we are not going to let go. We are going to occupy Aso Rock. We are going to occupy the National Assembly complex. We are going to occupy all the major governmental location in Nigeria. We occupy it. Here in the United States, I remember vividly, under Barack Obama, they occupied the White House. They occupied the Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street. People were there with tents. They sleep there. They ate there for days. until the government listens to them. That's what we call pushback. And who are the ones that can do that? Natural leaders. The leaders we have now are not leaders. The leaders we have now, they are sycophants, opportunists, scavengers, robbers, and they are calling themselves leaders. They are not leaders. And who are the natural leaders? We are the natural leaders. Everyone that is listening to NADECO today, we are the natural leaders. And we have to ask ourselves, what am I going to do? What can I do to help my country? What can I do to help, if not me, my children and the unborn generation? So those who make peaceful revolution impossible, we make violent revolution possible. I'm not saying we are going to take it gun, but we have to push back. When I say violent, I'm saying we have to push back. We have to occupy the country because the sovereign power of Nigeria lies in our hands, the hands of the people. So I'm a little bit digress from the issue of, oh, we are going to be peaceful, we are not going to fight. Because when we fought for June 12th in 1993, people died. He died 40 days. His only child turned 40. The day his only child. I'm not saying we want anybody to die. We weren't carrying gun. They push us back, but we have to push back too. Don't do bonfire. People will not obey the sit-at-home protest. They will not abide by it. And for someone like me saying it, I'm saying it because I have done it before. And I'm ready to do it again. God giving me the grace. So I'm talking to Nigerians today to prepare their mind and to let the message go all over to your friends, your family, that Tinubu will not be the president of Nigeria. He might be sitting there right now, but he's sitting on the wrong seat. The time is ticking. We are coming for him. The people of Nigeria are coming for him. They are coming to take back what belongs to them. But we cannot do it without you. We need you to rekindle your hope. We need your confidence. We need you to sensitize each other. The message you hear here today, go back home. Talk to your friends. Yes, NADECO USA is ready to take the lead. We are going to take the lead. We have gotten the service of a lawyer here to fight the case of Tinubu in American courts, in the American judiciary, and we are going to do it. We have evidence that Tinubu forged the certificate. I am going to also be a witness because Tinubu in his deposition said that he attended Government College, Lagos, Erikmo. I, David Ajeneko, attended, finished from Government College, Lagos, Erikmo. I was enrolled in that school in 1980. That school was one of the model government college that Mobolaji Johnson, a military governor, created in Lagos State. It was modeled after King's College and Federal Government College. There are about 4 of them. GCL in Surulere, GCI in Ikorodu, GCI Government College Agege, and Government College Ojo. 4 of them. Government College Agege is female. And those schools were established the same year, 1974. So I might have to be in the witness box, and I might have to tell them that, well, I attended that school. I'm old student of that school, and my school was established in 1974. But in this deposition, Mr. Tinubu said he attended government college at Rikmo, and he finished in 1970. So we have the evidence. We have the proof that the certificate was forged. And NADECO is doing everything possible to make sure we have justice. All we are asking for is justice. We are not asking for justice just for ourselves. We are asking for justice for this generation and the unborn generation. That is what we are. So another part I want to talk about is the issue of Tinubu might be thinking he has maybe of the media, of power, of money. No, Tinubu is not God. Voice populi, voice Dei. The power of the people shall prevail. We are the people. The voice of God is the voice of the people. And we, the people, our power is more than the power of any Supreme Court. It's more than the power of even any media. We created the Supreme Court. It is our power that created the Supreme Court. It is the power that we vested in our leaders that created all the justice, all the judges in the Supreme Court. It's the same power that created the parliament. It is the same power that voting the president. So the sovereign power belongs to the people. And it is that power that we are going to use to remove Tinubu from office. When, after the election, I wrote an article, and I said in that article that Tinubu will not stand the test of time. And he will not stand the test of time. And I'm going to share the article again. And I said it because NADECO 1993 is still going to be the same NADECO today. And it will be more vibrant, more powerful than NADECO today, because the demons that we are fighting today is even more powerful than the demon that we fought in 1993. We might even say, oh, we fought the military, but this Tinubu is even more than the military, because he has bought the military. He has bought all the institutions in Nigeria, including the media. When you look at the pre-media in Nigeria, hardly you will see anybody that will come and talk against Tinubu. But like I said, natural leaders will emerge, and we are the natural leaders. And I want to say this: please do not let your morale, your confidence, your hope, do not let it be dampened, because NADECO will take the lead. Like I said, we are going to take the lead, and we are going to make sure that we bring down every evil government in Nigeria. And democracy, no, we not only enthrone democracy, we will entrench democracy, so that there will be good governance, so that our children will have jobs, so that our children, widows, will be able to feed. Look at what is going on in the country. And they are trying to change the narrative. Is Igbo against Yoruba? Is Igbo and Yoruba not buying food from the same market? Are we not buying chicken from the same market? Are we not buying rice from the same market? If you go to a market, if the price of rice is 70,000 naira, we they say because we're a Yoruba man, we are from Oyo State or from Ogun State, and Tinubu is a Yoruba man, the woman will reduce the price from 70,000 naira to 60,000 naira? Are we not buying from the same market? People are so shallow-minded. They are so daft. They are not seeing what we are seeing, that this man Tinubu is evil, and God will fight him and remove him for us. I don't care wherever he must have gone to get power, but there is no power that is above the power of Almighty God. And that power will move Tinubu from power, so that righteousness will exalt the nation, so that peace will come, sanity will come, justice will come, and our children will stop japa. Everybody want to japa. They japa, they come here, they start doing all kind of dirty jobs. They japa, they come here, there is no paper to work. A lot of brain drain going on in Nigeria because we have bad governance. A country that has mineral resources, a country that is so blessed, flowing with honey and milk, and people want to leave that country. They want to leave that country. Somebody was telling me that if people in England, the white people in England, if they move to Nigeria and let Nigerian people move to England, he said in about five years, Nigeria will turn to England and London will turn to Nigeria. Why? Because country is about people. It's about the people. It's not about the resources. It's about people. People make the country. No resources make the country. I don't care how many oil you have. I don't care how many goals you have in your country. If you don't have the right mind at the hands of affair, you are doomed. That is why we must remove this evil. We have to fight them. And I've said it. And I'm online now. They should go and tell Tinubu wherever he is that the likes of David Adeleke, he has us to contend with. He has us to contend with until God will remove him. And we are going to outlive him because we are for righteousness. Tinubu is darkness. He stole a mandate, and we must take that mandate from him by the grace of God. God bless you all. We are still going to be reaching out with you. This is not going to be the first one and the last one. At least every month now, we are going to be giving you the update to the executive director of NADECO, my humble self, Professor Gold. Please stay tuned. We have more coming. More information, more power, more hope coming. Just get prepared. We will announce when we are going to move, and we are going to occupy Nigeria. God bless Nigeria, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. David. That was fire blazing. Thank you. We needed that, and we've heard from the major speakers of NADECO. And let me add mine to this. You see, this is not a tribal thing. Omo Yoruba me. I'm speaking to my fellow Yoruba people now. You see, I went for Peter Obi because of his behavioral spirit, because of what he stands for. Omoluabi ni Peter Obi. You don't have to be a Yoruba to possess the qualities of an Omoluabi, as long as you have the characteristics of becoming an Omoluabi. You are one. And I'm going to help you in a little bit to explain what it is to be an Omoluabi. In Yoruba, we have 6 characteristics to measure someone that is an Omoluabi. And I'm going to read them out to you one by one. You see, there's something we call lakaye in Yoruba. That is the possession of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Without any single doubt, not an ounce, I can categorically tell you Pizobi possess those. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Ogbon imo atoye. You can see it in his characters. You can see the way he carries himself. The way he speaks. He doesn't just speak anyhow. He applies wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. He's blessed. He's endowed with those things. I move on to number 2. They call it Iwa. Iwa is your level of integrity. How you carry yourself, how you behave, how you interact with people. Your Iwa. Someone with integrity. You could be a man or woman. You stand on your words. You say the way it is. Odanga jalo mokunrin. Iwa oshekoko. He has it. That's number 2. Number 3, Akin Konju. Akin Omo. It can be interpreted as valor. As a man of valor. He's bold. He's not shying away from anything. He just happens to be a gentleman. But he's a valid Omoluabi. I'll say that categorically clear. Omoluabi Peter Obi, ó dángájá lọ́mọkùnrin. Òun la dìbò fún, òun la yàn, òun ló sì gbégbá orókè. He won the election without any single doubt. It was stolen. And we will get it back. On God, we will get it back. You see, àwọn àríjẹ́ndì ìbàjẹ́, hypocrites, they've been compromised. They've been bribed. And they cannot speak the truth. Èmi ò bá wọn jẹ́ dodo. Màá sọ òdodo. Àwọn tó ti jẹ́ dodo náà lè sọ òdodo. I will say it the way it is. I don't care who you are. I'm standing on the right side of history. And I'll keep doing that. I don't care who you are. Number 4. That is Anisha Lakpa. Someone that has a clean way of making money. We know what he does for a living. We know how he earns his money. And what he does is equivalent to what comes into his pocket. You don't doubt about what he has in his account. You don't have any single doubt of how he makes his money. Peter Obi has that. All what he's doing is related to drugs. I'm not. It is the fact. Paromo. Ododu oroni. Otoro koromo yasokusoni. My Yoruba fellow brothers and sisters, you can hear me loud. Back. Number 5, real quick. President of Nigeria. That's the person the Nigerian people voted for. That is the man we want. It's one of the. I'm interested in letting people listen. Bigotry aside, tribalism aside. In African countries, what position do we stand out? You see the way they treat him. You see the way he looks. You see how clueless he looks. He has no idea what is totalitarianism is not going to be allowed. And we are going to do this. On God, we will. For the sake of our country. We want the betterment of that country. And we will get it. Lastly, Owo, wealth, is blessed with money. And is making sure he spends his money judiciously. He's a very prudent leader. He knows the right place to spend the money at the right time. Recently, you see him giving out 10 million naira. A couple of weeks ago, he gave out about 20 million naira. You think that man is suffering? Hell no. That man is desperate to see a working Nigeria. And he will. Those are the 6 characteristics of an Omoluabi. And Peter Obi is an Omoluabi. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NADECO Speaks to Nigerians. It's about getting our country back. We've heard from the major speakers of NADECO USA. Thank you, Madam Patient. She played a very vital role in making sure this happened. I would love her to speak shortly before we start taking questions from our listeners and our speakers. Please, guys, when you come up here, be free to speak. your language. But put in mind, we do have international observers, international listeners here. So you don't just use that all along, but just pass the message across to people because we have a lot of people listening to us. Get this message across to your people in your dialect. Let them know it's not an Igbo agenda, it's not a Yoruba agenda, it's not an Hausa agenda. It's a Nigerian agenda. We need to get our country back and we will get it back. I'm looking at ending the space in the next 40 minutes, but let's do everything we can to make sure we take as many questions as possible. Madam Patient, thanks for coming. I would like to hear from you, please. Unmute and speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much for everything. Okay, we did this together, and thank you, Jimmy, and thank you everyone that is here. I know it's for the love of country. You guys have many things to do out there, but you chose to be here, and so we're gonna do this. We're not gonna lose hope. We're gonna stay focused until we get our country back. And NADECO is really doing a lot to see it happen. So I advise us to rally around NADECO, give them the desired support to be able to make this come true. And before I yield, I just want to say some things to encourage us and to make us stick together as people, to see ourselves as people, and not allow the criminal politicians to continue to use religion or ethnicity to divide us. So today I'm here before you with a heavy heart and a deep concern for the future of our beloved country. And it is a concern that is born out of the grave consequences of a state capture and corrupt judiciary, which can be seen as an affliction that destroys the very foundation of justice and then also undermines the rule of law and jeopardizes the well-being of our society. As you all know, state capture and corrupt judiciary are not mere abstract concepts. They are dangerous forces that seep into the veins of a nation, poisoning its institutions and wearing away the trust of its citizens. And ethnicity and ethnic and religious division are kind of like have been exploited by criminal politicians to sow discord among us, and they also and so at this juncture, I will advise us to kind of stick together. Let's embrace our diversity and as a source of strength rather than a cause for conflict. And we must also recognize that our strength lies in our diversity. It is this very diversity that has the potential to be our greatest asset. Let us not forget that. And also a force that can unite us in the face of adversity and also guide us toward a future built on justice, equity, and the principles that define a true democracy. It is a time for us to rise above the division that have been planted among us and then recognize that our collective destiny is at stake. Tyranny, tyranny is a shadow that looms over all of us, and it is not fate we must accept. It is a challenge we must confront. But to face this challenge, we must stand together. Let us not be defined by our different values that bind us as citizens of this great nation. A commitment to justice, freedom, and the pursuit of a government that is truly of, by, and for the shared hopes and aspiration of a nation of corruption, a captured judiciary, pervasive injustice, ethnic and religious division, marginalization, the scourge of kidnapping, heinous ritual killings, the looming threat of terrorism and the neglect of our basic infrastructures, bad roads, crumbling hospitals, and a failing education. It is time for us as Nigerians to rise up. These people don't care about us. They care about themselves. And because they do not have anything to offer, they use religion and ethnicity to divide us. But they're up there. We have Yorubas, we have Igbos, we have all the tribes um, together, and they are united in their looting. So they don't care about us. So it is high time we stood together as people to see how we can chase this illegitimate government out. Bola Tinubu did not win the election. He stole the election. Young people came together, invested time and money in a bid to see a working country, a corrupt-free country. But these people shamelessly stole their hard work, stole the election, China reneged on her promises. They don't have integrity. And I want to call upon all those youth that sit by and defend these people. It's high time you come and
Patience, we're losing you.
if you're sitting on
We're losing you. Oh.
I think we've lost. Let's take other speakers, if then wait and see if she's gonna come back.
Okay, all right, go ahead, please.
Yeah, let's have questions. While we wait for patients to come back here, we have lots of people on stage and a lot more requesting for the mic. So real quick, I'll pass the mic over to NASA. After NASA, we'll have Sam, and then we'll just pass the mic around as quickly.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Hi, Jimmy. It's a pleasure to be in the midst of the NADECO. The judiciary doesn't. I think it's a.
Okay, thanks for your question, Mr. David. Do you want to respond to that? Over to you, sir. Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, you're
Yeah,
audible.
yes, you are. Yes, you are. Let us be very clear here. We do not have
David is
any.
okay. Professor Gold, you can go ahead.
Yeah, we have a global impact to the extent that it will make his administration to be uncomfortable, and they will have no choice but to turn around and advise him to resign. That's the direction we are taking. And if you have been with us in the last 2 hours, some of our speakers have already alluded to what I'm just saying now, that we have a strategy, a master plan in place to make sure that the international agencies, including the US Congress, will come on board to do things differently to the extent that it will make things difficult for him to be the president of Nigeria. He made references to Uganda and other African nations that have gone through similar processes. And we're optimistic, very optimistic, as a matter of fact, that In the final analysis, we shall prevail. I hope I've answered your question. David.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
thank you very much.
You hit the nail on the head. Thank you, Professor.
All right, then moving on real quick. Let's pass the mic over to Sam. After Sam, we'll have. Okay, sorry, Patience is here. Sir, do you want to round up in a minute? Then we can move ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. Wannan kira ga 'yan arewa ne, ina kiran ku don Allah ku fito da kwanku da kwarkwatanku. Mu karbi yancinmu, ba za mu iya ci gaba a haka ba. Mutanen nan ba su damu da mu ba, shi yasa in suka ki su gyara asibitocinmu, suka ki su gyara makarantunmu, domin in ba su da lafiya suna je kasan waje ne su duba kansu, kuma duk makaranta ma suna kai yaransu makaranta a kasan waje, shi yasa ba su damu da mu ba. Amma mu kuma kowane lokaci sai mu zauna muna goyon musu baya, muna kallon su suna yin abin da suka ga dama. Ya kamata mu san cewa kuɗin da suke je suna kashewa, kuɗin da suke sassata kuɗinmu ne na tallakoki, kuma ya kamata mu san cewa muna da yanci mu sa su yi abin da muke so su yi. Saboda haka ina kira ga mutanen arewa, wannan azaban da wannan mulkin Tinubu nan ya samu a ciki, ya kamata mu fito mu ce gaskiya ya isa haka. Ya kamata mu fito mu kwaci yancinmu. Su suna gina dukiya wa yayansu, ba su damu da mu ba. In ma ba za mu yi wani abu, mu tashi tsaye domin yayanmu. Sun cuce iyayenmu, sun cuce mu, ba za mu bar su cuce yayanmu ba. Domin haka mu tashi a tsaye, mu je mu gaya ku kai labari ma kowa da kowa a can cikin arewa, kowa ya tashi tsaye, mu fito mu yi adawa, mu nuna bacin ranmu, mu ce gaskiya ba za mu yi mu ci gaba a haka ba. Domin me? In mun ci gaba da zama shuru, ba mu yi komi a kai ba, haka za mu zona mu mutu duka. Domin yanzu haka da kana nan, in baka da lafiya, in ka je asibiti ma ba magani, kuma in baka da kuɗin da zaka bayar a asibiti, ba wanda ma zai kalle ka. Domin haka na ma rasa abin da zan ce. Dan Allah, to bari in soke labari a nan, to sai an jima. Na gode. Allah ya sa mu dace. Thank you very
Um,
much.
So, na gode sosai, Patience. I agree with you. But some of them could go ahead of but we have to speak up. Everyone has to come together. Let's speak up. So, I'll pass the
Hey!
mic over.
Hell, don't speak Hausa. Oh, Jesus. You don't cause wahala for TM now. You don't end. That was
I actually
disrespectful.
speak Hausa more than
Hello,
anything. Okay,
Mr.
Aminu, we'll
Moderator.
come to you, please. Yes, please, we'll come to you. Please mute your mic for us. Thank you very much. So, real quick, let's pass the mic over. We'll have Sam, then we'll have Dodger, and then we'll have Shatima MD. So, over to you, Sam. Sam, how are you doing? Sam, are you there? Okay, Sam is not there. Over to you, real quick, Dodger.
Allah don annabi su bani dama. Hello?
Zamubaka, kaɗan jira kaɗan. Kaji, I'll come over to you. Dodger, you have the floor. Dodger, are you there? Okay, Dodger is not there. So real quick, let's go over to Shatima. Hi, Shatima. How you doing?
Yes, I'm
uh,
here. Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
hello.
Okay, Dodger is here.
Hello.
Okay, Shatima, just a minute. Dodger, you have 2 minutes, please. Dodger, please
Okay,
go
thank
ahead.
you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. There are several things that I would like to say. While I agree very much with what NADECO is trying to do, and I align with their objectives, I think the objectives are very noble. But I also feel like we could have started this earlier, because the reality is that uh, this man has been in political space for a long time, and the best time to belly cat is not when it becomes more powerful. The best time to bail the cat is when the cat is still normal. In all, if we're going to be very, very, practical and honest,
it's going to be more difficult now, to bail the cats with all the executive powers and all he has assumed in Nigeria. It's not impossible, it will just be difficult. So while I feel like the bulk of the work that needs to be done still needs to be done in the USA, but the reality is that Nigerians themselves are going to be the ones that will have to, decide on ground with their boots down on what they will accept and what they will not. Uh, if you're looking at another electoral cycle, the reality is a lot of people have lost interest in the electoral, uh, in the election itself. A lot of work needs to be done in this respect because I, for one, believe that that is what the APC wants. From experience in Lagos State, once upon a time, Lagos State was not a single party state. Lagos State was a multi party state where you had a vibrant PDP and you also had, a vibrant, you had a vibrant PDP, with a vibrant APC, not APC then, vibrant AD. But what really happened, what made it so that, he was able to consolidate so much power? Because you must learn from history. History, if you don't learn from history, history will end up repeating itself. What happened was that he created 57 local governments, and the opposition parties decided to boycott the election. Before that time, we had opposition chairmen in Ekpe, we had opposition chairmen in Ibejuleki, we had opposition chairman in Badagry. We had opposition chairmen in pretty much like the traditional Lagos areas in Lagos, and it could have gotten better. But the minute he changed it to 57 local government chairmen, and then a lot of people were like, oh, if he's already changed it, it's going to be rigged and all. They abandoned the political space for him. And abandoning the political space eventually made Lagos State almost become a one party state. The reality is, it was very difficult for the opposition to recover from that. And the next time the opposition would have a good shot, that was when uh, they allowed the people who resided in the areas, to have their own representatives. That was 2015. Unfortunately, that was when Goodluck Jonathan was kicked out. By kicking out Goodluck Jonathan, what ended up happening was that the gains they made, which was 8 members in the State House of Assembly, we lost eventually because every single one of them decamped. Every single one of them decamped to the opposition. They couldn't face, being in the opposition, and they had just 1 member left. That last member, last man standing, eventually decamped as well. So the point I'm trying to make here is that, you see, we must, irrespective of how they try to structure the INEC, irrespective of whatever modus operandi that they do, you must not abandon the playing field for them. That's number one rule, the cardinal rule. If you do, they will turn this country into a one-party state. That's number one. Now, number two, we have to learn from other states as well. The only reason why Wiki was able to turn Rivers into an almost one-party state was because of a court judgment that made it impossible for any APC person to compete. You see, the gains of opposition gains, it's the gains of opposition, we describe them as consolidation. Opposition gains a ground. When they gain a ground today, tomorrow they consolidate. Next tomorrow, the next electoral cycle, they consolidate. That's you hold the ground you have and you gain more ground. The reality is that whether or not you like it, the people who run all these things, they are human beings. They're not going to be around forever. I've been hearing a lot has been going on now about electoral reforms. I know a lot of you are asking questions that electoral reforms, really, what kind of electoral reforms can we possibly pull off that will, cure the madness that happened in 2023 or just the 2022 elections? But I'll say something. The electoral reforms the electoral reforms that give birth to the Electoral Act 2022 took us backward. It took us backwards like by 10 steps. They gave false promises, and those false promises, they were not, because a lot of people were not paying attention, they did not reflect in their electoral act. Then they put a lot of booby traps and took away a lot of powers that citizens had. Ordinarily, on this certificate issue, any citizen should have been able to go to court at any given point in time to remove Chief Bola Tinubu, ordinarily under the old Electoral Act. But you see, that section that allows citizens to be able to go to court and do that was purposely removed. Then we had the constitutional amendment. The section that would allow citizens to be able to, do that was purposely removed. So when they removed those sections, they knew what they were doing with the constitutional amendments, with amendments to the Electoral Act. So the reality is that the
I'm
major thing,
I'm so sorry to
80%
interject, Doja.
of
I'm
whatever
really so
attention we
sorry.
have has to be, towards the electoral reform. He's a president. He would try to look good in front of the Westerners. He already looks bad with all the baggage and all. So when electoral reforms are there, he would play along. He would do some things. You see, when you are on the law is on your side, irrespective of the both those we have in the Supreme Court, in the name of the law, on the day you are supposed to have an election, you can do and undo in the name of the law, and you
Okay,
can use the law as your
I'm
backing.
I'm so
If
sorry to
anybody comes, you can
interject.
stand and say, I'm on my right. And then you have the right, because you're
Doja, can
standing
you
on your
hear
right, you
me?
can fight back and push back anybody. So that's on the one side. On the other side, over there
Doja, can
in
you
the
hear
Doja,
me?
USA,
Time is over.
the
Time
NADECO
is
needs to do
over.
more. I'm not going
no,
to say
Doja,
what the NADECO needs to do because I've
Mr.
been on
no,
the
Doja,
Doja,
previous
can you hear
space
Mr.
where
me?
they
Georgia, the
listed those
moderators
things. So
time
they
is over.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't know if Mr. Doja was not hearing me. I don't know. He's muted already right now. Um, moving on real quick. Um, let's just pass the mic over to
hello,
Shatima. Doja, can you hear me? Do you want to mute your mic for a little bit
hello.
for me?
I don't know if I'm audible.
No, I guess you can't hear me. Just
Doja, can you hear
Hello, am
me?
I audible?
I don't think Doja, can you hear me? I don't think Doja can hear anybody.
Yeah,
Hello.
Doja, can you hear me?
Okay, I don't know if I'm audible, but I really can't hear anybody else talking.
okay.
Okay.
But I'll just conclude my
That
submission.
figures. That figures the reason why it's been going on and on. Because I've been, sending signal to him to it's time. His time was over a long time ago. But yeah, let's move on real quick. Pels, but
yeah, absolutely yeah. So let's pass the mic over to Shatima. After Shatima, we'll have Aminu. Hi, Shatima. How you doing?
Can we just limit it to 1 minute? It's question because 1 minute, please. Need to
Yes,
ask question. 1 minute, please. Thank
absolutely.
you.
Yes, yes.
Thank you,
No, no
moderator. Thank
comments.
you.
You're welcome, sir. Shatima, you've got 1 minute. Please go ahead.
So, good day, everyone. This is a very good conversation for us to have this night, and I'm very impressed to be within everybody in this midst of this conversation. So, my own point about this Nadeko issue is, that is when you look at the system of the country, the system of the country is being that is placed on a that is corruption manner. I'll put it like that because I am very curious to know how this Nadeko is going to that is overturn. That is the result for us to have another president. I don't know. I don't actually understand. So that is it.
Okay, thank you for your question, Mr. David. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah. Well, the point is this: the judiciary they have given their verdict. The Supreme Court has given their verdict. Now we are taking our case back to the people. It is the people that will overturn it, not the individual. So we are taking our case to the people, and that is what Nadeco is working towards. We are brainstorming. We are looking for strategy whereby there will be a mass protest or a revolution occupy Nigeria that will force Tinubu to resign or force him to vacate the office. That is what Nadeco is doing. So and it is possible. If you look at history, it happened in the Arab what do they call it again? I've forgotten. The Arab Spring when they forced Mubarak. The people occupy the whole country and they forced Mubarak to resign. It happened in Nigeria. It happened in Tunisia. It happened in all over, whereby they forced their president to step down. It has even happened in Nigeria before, maybe we can look at it from another in a different perspective. Babangida was forced to step aside. It was forced because of pressure from democratic groups. You remember when he annulled the election, he didn't want to go, but he has to step aside. Why? Because the people said, "Hey, Mister, you have to go." We forced Babangida to step aside. There was a lot of clamoring for his vacating the office. Through that, we were able to penetrate the rank and file of the military, and he knew that he doesn't have any backing. Then he step aside. So when when the people mount pressure, when the people take over the streets, it might force the president to resign or to vacate the office. So we are in the process, and we'll do our best. We'll do our best. But one thing I can assure you, NADECO is going to make Tinubu so unpopular, very, very unpopular. The worst of it is that even if he spent 4 years there, he will not even want to run again because they will stone him. That is what we are going to do. So it is possible to make Tinubu to vacate that place. And if you look at what is going on in the country now, the economic situation is so bad. Look at the exchange rate. Look at the essential commodity in the market. Look at the price of bag of rice, food that people eat. All this can cause revolution in a country. If we, we organize ourselves very well and we use that as a factor to sensitize the people. And mobilize the people against this government.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and not just him, and every other politician. You see, it's not business as usual, and we're not here to be politically right. Amechi said it himself that they keep coming and stealing, and the people are not doing anything. Why aren't you tuning up? So there is nothing we are not putting on the table right now. You see, it is a plan to get our country back, and we're not hiding from anybody, and that's the reason why we're doing this in the public so people can
No
listen.
problem. They
Yeah,
can listen.
we will stone them out of that office. But what I don't agree with is it's not even going to use 4 years. I am certain of that. It's not going to use 4 years. Anytime from now, when the country will hit the streets, but the NADECO are willing to do the needful from outside the box to making sure this man is kicked out of office. Thank you so much. I just had to add to what Mr. David said. Back to you, Pearls.
Everyone at the moment.
Please go ahead. You
Hello?
have 1 minute for
Okay.
a question.
Okay, though 1 minute could not be available, much more better for. Anyway, let me just start. Good morning, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I had this very conversation, being it not for the first time, but for the first time to have a credible space like this. My co-speaker, those that spoken well with wisdom. Let me just alert you on one thing. Though the second person that just left now has spoken with wisdom. How do we arrive at impeaching or vacating the Mr. President? I claim president. He's not my president for now. I am just saying it truthfully. Why I'm saying this, some mechanisms had been constructed or misconstructed in our region, in the northern Nigeria. I'm speaking, let me be fast. I'm speaking right from Sokoto State. We have this mentality of having NADECO as a front runner of this crusade or movement. There are a lot of mechanisms set aside to manipulate people's mind in the virtue of having one party system. Like, just for example, I left Gusau today, about 157 people, both age, being kidnapped by one single notorious bandit. So there are a lot of fear and intimidation. people have to be oriented. This kind of crusade is a very important one for us. Most especially we in the northern Nigeria, we are having the fears, having the much pain that is now a kind of a dilemma, a kind of catastrophe that we cannot bear. Not in terms of food stuff hiking or whatever, the petroleum processes and all that is. Let us talk about the human beings. We are being subjected into massive killings, into adoption, into maiming, into rape and other things. And government is not doing anything humanly in this regard. So I would like us to put this NADECO with something attached to the understanding of people that it is not merely NADECO, because we had NADECO of those days. People will think otherwise, and the government would manipulate the importance or the objectives of this movement. So I want to draw our attention. Let's add a little something in. Let's have a little word or any other things that can be open to Nigerians to accept this movement. Do you understand what I mean? Because our politicians have manipulated our minds. We are no more humans to them. We serve them, we worship them. They create artificial poverty whereby no one voice is raised. We have seen a lot. We have now been as useless or slaves in our own country. We have no voice to speak open. No one is listening to us. Likewise, the government of Nigeria today is never ready. It has no plan to move this country forward. I know there are a lot of mechanisms set aside. Whoever wants to truncate, whoever wants to bring an issue like this will now have the liability of self-blame. So I want NADECO to put something in between the NADECO trademark or any of the platform. Let the Nigerians feel it is meant for them. Let us feel these people are fighting for our own right. Tinubu is sitting on the wrong seat. We all believe Tinubu is a criminal. We all believe there is no justification in INEC, no justification in Nigerian Court of Justice, no anything. We are moving as if we don't have direction. Thank you. May God bless you. Let me jump here, please, for other people to participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aminu, for that. So I'll pass the mic over to Mr. Lloyd. Do you want to respond to that?
Yes, thank you very much, my very good friend. Um, let me give you this analogy. If the Supreme Court of Nigeria rules today that on January 1, every Nigerian should get a rope and hang himself, what's going to happen? If the Supreme Court rules, would Nigerians say the Supreme Court has ruled, oh, let us go out on Monday, January 1, and hang ourselves? No. The people will say no. We are not going to do it, and the people will be on the street. So that tells you that the people are superior to the Supreme Court. The people are superior to the politicians. So what NADECO is basically doing, NADECO is basically acting as someone to ignite what is already in us and unite us so that we can fight back and take back what belongs to us. We believe, after our research, that the real problem happening in Nigeria today is from here. And we think if we can nip it in the bud here, as I said earlier, Tinubu would fall in the next 90 days.
Sorry, sir. Just to get it right, when you say from here, let people understand where we're referring to from here, sir.
From Washington, D.C., Bruce told you now, they are blackmailing Tinubu. They are telling him, go ahead. That's your record. We're not going to release it. We are not going to do anything that will hurt you. But whatever we want, you're going to go ahead and do it. So if we come here and disrupt that and politicize that and make that a campaign issue, that Biden administration is having dinner and lunch and breakfast with a celebrated drug dealer who killed their children for the past, who has been killing their children for the past several decades. Americans are going to say, wait a minute, what's going on? Once Americans put pressure on the administration, because they want to win election, they will abandon him. They will abandon him, and then he will be toast for Nigerians to devour. That's the strategy. Because if everything that is contained in Tinubu's record is released, Tinubu will resign by himself. Nobody will tell him to resign if that thing becomes public. And so that is why NADECO is pushing from here. We are also pushing from Nigeria. And the last speaker, we will sit with him and see what he would like for us to do so that we can satisfy the needs of the North based on what he just said now. I think that's my understanding. So yes, you will contact Jimmy. Jimmy will arrange for us to liaise with him so that we can make sure we harness grievances so that it will be a national.
We're losing you, Mr. Lloyd. We're losing you.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
I
Yeah,
think
we're
there's a
losing
network.
network problem.
I think he has
Okay.
rounded up.
Oh,
I've,
okay. So
I've, I've, I've ended up.
oh yeah. So let
I
me
think I,
just back up what you said.
can I just add one thing to that?
All right, go ahead, Mr. Lloyd.
One thing I want to do about the North is the message. Nadeco is going to, develop a kind of message that will resonate with people from that region.
Exactly.
Particularly this time of economic situation that is going on in Nigeria. The poverty in the north is unparalleled when we compare to the one in the southern part of the country. So it is that message that we are going to use for them to join the crusade. So I think Jimmy, myself, my boss here, Lord, and Professor Gold, we are going to brainstorm and we're going to develop a powerful message that will resonate with people in the north. And that message is what we're going to convey all over the north. And I think that will work. Yes, it's true that it's a master slave relationship, but our message we set them free. I yield.
All right. So that was actually one of the things I was going to say. But then again, to back up what Mr. Lloyd said, you see, we are playing when you play with devils like Tinubu, you play dirty with him, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're taking the fight to him, and right now we're going politically and legally. Right now, the opposition, Republicans, they need something to fight the Democrats. We'll give it to them. We will serve them a la carte. They will devour him. They need something to fight against Biden. They need something to come up with his administration. He has a lot of baggages on ground already. It's either he toss him under the bus or he does the needful. But it's not going to be business as usual. Nigerians in America are not going to stand for that. Africans in America are not going to stand for that. Black people in America are aware of what is going on. You saw the reception they got when Niger issue happened. We're still getting that, and we're still in touch with them. We'll do whatever it takes for us to get our country back, and that is exactly on that stand we are. Thank you so much. Back to you, Pels. If we can wrap it up real quick. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jimmy. So real quick, let's go over to we have Obina and we have Ayodeji. So over to you, Obina. You've got a minute. Obina, are you there?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm
Obina.
here. I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for having me on this space. I think it is really laudable what Nadeco is doing. I want us personally, my area of fancy is where Nigerians in US have to start identifying their interests. If the United States feels they want to cover up for politicians that are stealing the destiny of the people, we act accordingly. I've always been a Democrat. I would not mind voting even Trump if I find out or I feel Biden is covering up for bats. I think we should concentrate on identifying our own interests because that is what most of these countries do. They pretend to be democratic and civilized, but at the end of the day, let me tell you something: the global village is a jungle. It's a jungle. Anything that goes anathema to their interest goes out the window. We should start acting likewise. Yeah. The message, the narrative we should give is anybody who is
siding with those stealing our collective destiny is a collective enemy of of our people. Yeah, let it be sold to the opponents of these people in power in United States. Let them start fearing Nigerians living in the United States. We should have that power. Thank you very much.
Uh,
Perfect. 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 Perfect.
Thank you very much, Obina, for going straight to the point. So, real quick, let's pass the mic over to Mr. Lloyd. Would you want to respond to that, or I should just go ahead?
No, my response is that he just spoke our mind. That's exactly what NADECO is doing with the political action committee that we're about to form.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So, real quick, Ayodeji, you have a minute.
Okay. Good evening, everyone from this side. I Let me just cut the pleasantries. First, I'll say well done. I can feel the fire, but I have to correct a few impressions made earlier by some speakers, and then, of course, by some of the response, that were given by, a few people. I hope you can hear me very clearly. So I'm going to try to keep it short. First of all, the brother that said that the electoral law took us, the reformed electoral, law 2022 or Electoral Act 2022 as amended took us 10 years backward. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to disagree, right? Because I know the kind of work that went into it. Yes, there are loopholes, right? Yes, there are things that can be done better. Yes, we now see what those loopholes are, but it is a complete, leap, a quantum leap from where we were, in 2015, for instance, right? And what we now did, right? Apart from the awareness, also the success it recorded in, its recordability in functions, right? So I think that while we're being all emotional and we understand, and don't get it wrong, I am absolutely against what is happening, and it is not. I am completely apolitical. Mine is for good governance, and that is why I also want to ask the questions that you know that I think that we should all be asking. I'm seeing NADECO here in this gathering, and no questions. I know a few people here, Pearls, Bishop. I know your background from way back. All right, so I wouldn't want to question your ability to have seen the credibility of this NADECO and what it represents and what the NADECO we know used to represent. First of all, we need to know that there are faces to the NADECO of the old. Is this a reenaction? How can I trust that, okay, Pearl's decision to be on this, um, um, medium, to endorse this thing, NADECO, and the NADECO, what does it represent? Right now, I'm not questioning the integrity of it. I am just saying that I think that first of all, we need to understand who this is, what it is representing, and of course,
So,
if I am
sorry,
hearing
sorry,
you
sorry. Who?
clearly,
Sorry, hold on, Ayodeji. Who is? I don't understand. You are you saying you don't know what NADECO stands for?
I know NADECO, and I'll tell you how I know NADECO. The NADECO that I know of, that I am aware of, are currently in the government that is more or less, running us aground as a nation. So if a NADECO name comes up again, I will expect to see the same old faces or some representation from that NADECO so that I can determine whether I want to be a part of it or not.
Okay,
This is
so
not even just
let me let
about.
me let me
Can I just, Jimmy, can I just, the man should wrap up so that I can
one
just.
second, one second.
So
I need to call his attention to something. Did you get the flyer that we put out before this space happened? Did you get the flyer?
no, I did not.
Okay, so that's the reason why you're saying this. So if you look closely on the flyers, it's stated specifically. Hmm? NADECO USA.
USA. Thank you.
NADECO USA.
USA. Thank you.
So there's a difference there. NADECO USA, and they are the reasons why we're here. We're speaking to. I'm not interested in the NADECO in Nigeria. We know.
Okay, so if I get you very well, are you trying to tell me, sorry, Jimmy, that I had to budge in, but I'm asking again, are you completely dissociating this NADECO USA from the previous NADECO that
Can I,
used
can,
to
can I let,
be
well,
the
let
people
me just, let me,
in
Jimmy, let me answer this man,
All
please.
right, go
Let me
ahead.
answer my brother. He's a Yoruba man, I'm a Yoruba man. First and foremost, there is no NADECO in Nigeria. There is no NADECO registered or incorporated in Nigeria. Go and search it. There is no NADECO registered. I repeat, read my lips. You might not see my lips. There is no NADECO registered or incorporated in Nigeria. It's not existing. Now, what you are asking is this. There are some NADECO members, after the military disengaged, most of them went back home to join politics and ceased to engage in any NADECO activities. Those of them that were here decided to what? To continue doing the NADECO. But they are doing the NADECO, but because the military has disengaged, it was not as active as before until this 2023 when Tinubu stole the mandate. The likes of Lord Uku now to reactivate NADECO said, no, NADECO is still here. NADECO is registered and incorporated in the United States. NADECO has done it before, and we are going to do it again. Yes, there are members, veteran NADECOs back home, but NADECO is not existing in Nigeria. And on the electoral law that you said, the electoral law that you said has been trashed by the appellate court. The moment they said that INEC has the power to decide which method they want to use, that reform, that electoral reform that was passed into law, has been trashed by what we call a judicial precedent, because that's what they said. They said the INEC can decide which method they want to use. So tell me what have we achieved from that reform? The electoral reform is dead. It,
Sir,
it I'm telling you what is fact. The
sir,
appellate court said, listen to me. The appellate court said the INEC can decide the method they want to use. If there's an election in Nigeria now, INEC can follow that precedent and say, well, they have the power to say, okay, we are not going to use the electronic methods. We want to use the manual method. That is what it means. That is what they said. They said
okay,
INEC has the power. I'm telling you what the court says.
sir,
They said they have the power to choose which method they want to use. So what that
sir,
means is that the court has empowered INEC to decide whether they want to use
I
the
agree with
grievance
you.
or they want to use something else. So which electoral law are you saying? The electoral law it has been thrown into the dustbin of history. Maybe you don't know. And the issue of NADECO is NADECO USA, and NADECO USA is registered and incorporated in the United States. There is no NADECO in Nigeria. The likes of Ọ̀pádòkun, olè, bàbá àgbàyà, oníjẹkújẹ, olè. Ó yẹ kó máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run, kó máa gbàdúrà pé
Sir,
òun ti dàgbà o, kóun
please,
lọ, kóun fi nǹkan re sílẹ̀ o, ó ń
no,
tẹ̀lé Tinubu kiri. There is no NADECO in Nigeria. Tell them to produce the certificate of incorporation. No NADECO. So the only NADECO we have is NADECO USA. And it is this NADECO USA, by the grace of God, that will lead the new movement. If NADECO in the past did it, by the grace of God, we are going to do it. It might look difficult, but we will do it by the grace of God. I
thank
yield.
you, sir. Sorry,
Ayodeji,
sir.
we're not going back. It's Ayodeji, please.
Please, I am not
Back
going back
forth
and forth.
with
I
this.
am not going back and forth. Please,
I
I
am
am
telling
just
you the facts.
asking.
These are the facts. I'm not
Um,
assuming facts.
please,
Jimmy, please. There's no need for this back and forth.
Yeah,
let me just. I'm
The
not
scenario.
disputing what you have said.
hold on. I want
Jimmy, let him talk. Let him talk, please. Let him talk.
Jimmy,
So that
Jimmy,
it won't be like it's not
let
this.
me say this.
Let
Jimmy,
Lord, let him just talk
no, no, let me
before
say
you
this
round up.
very, very quickly. I was part of NADECO in the 90s. I am part of NADECO today. I was the general counsel from 1994 till Abacha fell and everybody left. I am still here, but now as executive, director. Here is what happened. NADECO, when Nigerians gathered and formed NADECO, it was not registered. It was just a movement to fight
Movement.
Abacha. And when Abacha started going after them, they all took off. They ran off. There was no longer NADECO in Nigeria. The NADECO that you were hearing about then was NADECO USA. It was us
USA.
here in the United States, in the UK, Ralph Wechwe and Cornelius Adebayo in Canada.
Canada.
That's the NADECO that fought and fought and fought. When the Abacha was gone, every politician
Went back
that
home.
was involved went back home. Tinubu rode on the back of what we did in America, not what NADECO did in Nigeria, because NADECO was formed in Nigeria, but not a whole lot happened there. So they came in here and fought, and we were here already. I didn't come on exile. I was here already. So I joined them as their lawyer then. So when they left, Tinubu rode on the back of NADECO and became the governor. And from there, the rest of them got whatever they got. Commander Suleiman became the ambassador to Russia and a few other people. Now, when things started going back to 1993, people said, okay, the NADECO that fought last time, where are they? And so we now got together with those people in Nigeria, the older ones in Nigeria, some of them in the 80s now. I'm 70. You can imagine how old those guys are now. So they called on us here and said, listen, why not you guys revive that NADECO we used to fight Abacha? And so we just merely went back to the office in DC and paid the back dues, and we revived it. When Tinubu saw that we have revived it, he went and picked some of the old NADECO people and asked them to form a new NADECO in Nigeria. And they
Nigeria.
formed what they call NADECO Renewal. They didn't call it NADECO, they call it NADECO Renewal, headed by Ayo Padoku and the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what is happening. The same way they formed a new set of bishops to go and represent him somewhere is the way they have NADECO, which is the NADECO they're using to fight the real NADECO.
Mr. Lloyd, you don't have to go that far
Yeah.
with him.
So
Um,
I have to explain all of this to him, because in the next
no, no, we don't have
few
to.
days you're
Be
going to
honest.
see attacks, newspaper,
Yeah,
TV attacks on all of us. Even my good friend David Adeneko is in trouble. A lot of attacks on him. In
I,
fact, we have to
I,
contact the FBI to make sure we
of
are
course,
protected. So
yeah.
that's what is happening. I just
So,
wanted him to know. I don't know where he's coming from, but I
uh,
do get an idea that he's heading somewhere.
Mr. Lloyd, you don't have to explain all that to him. I mean, on the jumbotron, I've put up a picture of you way back, in 1993, how you've been a member of the Nadeco for a very long time. We're not here to convince anybody. You see, in every occasion, we have a beginning, middle, and the end, and we're heading towards the end of this. As much as I have a lot of requests coming up, I have to be time conscious. We've been here for over 3 hours, and we're meant to be space in the next 15 minutes. I'd like to stay on call, and we'll be taking the remaining speakers if we can take those questions.
No, Jimmy, so that
And by
let
the way, that picture you put up there is Ken Sarawiwa.
Yeah, I know. I just put it up there for people to know that not be today. It's been.
okay.
You can
Jimmy,
put up
can
the ones
you
with Wolo Soyinka, the ones with
I, I
Enahoro and the rest of them. They're all there.
yeah, it's on the.
Jimmy, can you allow the guy to wrap up so that we know that Ladeko give room for decent opinion? Let him just wrap up in 30 seconds what you want to say. So that won't be like, oh, we don't want him to talk. Mr. Ayo, can you please round up, please?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to come back. Thank you. Sir, Mr. Lloyd, I do not dispute any of the things that you have said, right? I am only trying to make an opinion to either dissect completely or have a recognition of what you probably may call a deja vu, because I know for sure it's not theory in practical. Whether it's registered, whether NADECO was registered in the US and there's a shadow NADECO now. So my connection is that if this new NADECO has ties with the old NADECO, I want to know who those ties are so that I can make an informed decision about whether I want to be a part of it. And secondly, in having to talk about that electoral act, you said that it has been trashed, and I completely agree with you. But in having to make a decision as to what we are going to do, have we exhausted the options that are available to us, regardless of whether this authority now is right or not? Because for me, yes, I feel that they have been forced on us. However, if there is a medium for us to also tweak and modify this within the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years before the election comes, must it come to that point? Because
Nobody is
I don't
talking
want
about
what happened
election.
to the old
This guy is talking
Nadeco
about the
to happen
election.
to this Nadeco again.
Which election is he
I
talking
don't have
about?
time. I don't have time for
My
this.
brother, why you driving to election now? We
I
are
don't
not
I
talking
don't
about
have time for
election
this.
here.
I've been trying to just hold on to listen to what he's talking about.
But
Nobody's
but
talking
it's
about.
good to let him talk. It's good to let him talk. This is
No,
democracy,
no, no, no,
please.
no. He has gone overboard. He has gone overboard. We need
It's
people to
okay.
talk.
Jimmy, he has talked, he has spoken his mind. Let's move on. Please.
Yeah,
Moderator.
people have
Let's move
questions.
on. Let's move on. Let's move on. He has spoken his mind. That is the beauty of democracy.
Mm.
Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, Pearls, I'm not sure who's going next. Please, let's go to the next speaker. So we can take as many people as possible before we end the space. Go ahead, Pearls.
Okay, then let's go over to Gospel. After Gospel, we'll have Cindy. Good to have you here, Cindy. Good to have a lady on stage. So over to you, Gospel. You have a minute.
Okay, thank you for having me. So, insider sources um, had revealed that this illegality in Asorok, they have less than 3 months worth of cash flow to fund their operations in Nigeria. So, and we all know that since they don't have, there's no domestic production of any kind of cash flow. There's no way to generate cash flow internally. Very soon, probably less than 3 months time, the bills will not be paid, salaries and wages will not be paid to both government, military, and workers. We know that the debt will not be serviced, and we know that infrastructures will decay in less than 3 months. We know that inflations will skyrocket. We have been doing, this we've been demarketing, Nigeria, as a no-go for foreign investment here in the United States. And as much as I know, between from California all the way to New York, Texas, we've made sure that we shut off all the sorts of investments, which of course we know that the investment is their oxygen. The only way they can get cash flow or their hands on cash flow is like their oxygen. And we want to make sure that we grind the Nigerian economy to a halt. That means that to die a natural death. And this illegitimacy, once they don't have that oxygen to be able to fund their illegality in Asurok, they will die a natural death. Now, the question I'm asking is this: these guys are like cockroaches. These criminals in Nasrok are like cockroaches. When you shut down the funnel, their cash flow access in the United States, they go to South Africa looking for money. They go to India looking for money. They go to all these small, crazy nations or dictatorial nations looking for money. My reach is not outside the United States. And I want you guys in NADECO and all that to use your resources, use your contacts, use your network to make sure that you shut out and you demarket their ability to get access to capital and investment in other parts of the world, especially in Europe, especially in Asia, and especially in even in South Africa. Because one thing we can catalyze, one thing we can use to speed up the process is once we know that the hungry man is an angry man, and the hungry population is definitely an angry population. Nobody's going to demonstrate or call people to come out once they find out they can't have access to money and they are hungry and the economy is growing to a halt. Because guess what? This is what they did in 2015. They promised to form a parallel government. We are playing the same game because these guys are brutal. They play out of the rules. They play nasty. They play dirty. In 2015, they promised to form a private government. They didn't win the election. They even threatened that dogs and baboons would be soaked in blood in Nigeria if they lost the election. So guess what?
Okay.
We got to go back and pay them their own coin. So let's form a strategy where we can block out all the access to funding, and in less than 3 months, this illegality will die a natural death. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
on that we have to speak. We can't be. I mean, the strategy. We can't be talking about this online. So you will link up with Jimmy. Then we
Jimmy,
are all
Jimmy, we
going. We're
need this
going to
guy.
work
We
with
need
it.
this guy that just spoke now.
We,
Jimmy, we need
yeah,
him.
we need.
This is
We will
Lloyd.
talk. Yeah, we need to talk, please. We can't talk anything about that online. But your point well taken. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jimmy. Go ahead, sir. Next question, please.
Okay, thank you, Godswill.
Sorry, Lady Pels. Professor Gold, Comrade David, and Mr. Lloyd. I want to know because I'm actually more interested in you guys' availability. How long more can you guys stay? Because I intend hand on the space in 10 minutes, but people want to.
15 minutes. 15 minutes. Dr. Law, what do you think? 15 minutes. Let's end it in 50. Let's take
10
two or
minutes.
three more.
I'm more interested in the three of you. What do you have anything upcoming? How much more time can you render so we can?
We just said it now. The time frame is 15 minutes. We have three or four
Jimmy,
more questions.
Jimmy,
Okay.
we're going
Go ahead, sir.
to end. So this is the last time. So
Sorry.
end him,
Sorry.
please, and then we schedule.
Okay. So 15 minutes from now, right?
Yeah, 15 minutes from
Yes.
now. There's a
Okay. All
woman
right.
that wants to talk. I want to hear that woman.
Okay.
The woman. There's a woman that is next.
Okay. All right.
The
Back to you,
second
brother.
moderator.
Yeah.
Okay, the next person to speak is Cindy. Actually, I don't know if it's her you want to hear. Mr. David,
Yeah.
is it Cindy you want to
I want to hear that angelic voice, please. We want to hear it. Nadeko would love that angelic
answer?
voice. Thank
Sure,
you.
please go ahead, Cindy. Cindy, are you there? Cindy? Oh dear.
Maybe it's muted. Maybe it's muted.
Yeah, she ought to unmute herself and speak. Unfortunately, you won't have the pleasure to hear the angelic voice you want to hear. But while we wait for her, let's go over to Akoni. We have Akoni here and Henry. So over
Oh,
to you, Akoni. How you doing?
Cindy God is
Hey,
not.
I'm good. How you doing?
Oh yeah, Connie, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Thanks for giving me the mic. I want to touch on two things. Number one is that perception is reality. Just like Ayo Mide or Ayo Deji said, those of us that are old enough, when we hear the name NADECO, we don't know the story you just told in response to Ayo Deji. But what we know is that people like the president, Dele Alake, Ononuga, many people in government now, they rode on the back of NADECO and all other political activism to get into government. And when they got into government, they don't deliver to the people. So when you go to the market or go to anybody on the street, talk about NADECO, what would they tell you? They will tell you, oh, we know them, they're in government, they're not doing anything. Why should anybody trust you? Why should anybody listen to what you have to say? Okay, the solution to that, my suggestion, and I think that's what Ayodeji is trying to get through, you need maybe rebranding the name or working on your messaging so that people will not think it is the same old story. For instance, in the recent elections, we have people that were voted into the House of Rep, National Assembly as Labour Party politicians. What have they been doing? Nothing. Tell me in the next cycle we come to say vote for LP. Who's going to take us serious? So I didn't want us to discountenance what Ayodeji or Ayomide said. Let's take it as as an opportunity to work on the branding and the messaging orientation to the people. And the second point I want to make second thing I want to say is maybe you drop your general contact information for all your audience, for people listening, so they can send in any feedback they have, things that can help the organization move forward to achieve the objective. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very good point. This is Lloyd again. Very, very good point about messaging and rebranding. The rebranding we tried to do was to add you. It was originally NADECO, and the NADECO in Nigeria, the older NADECO people in Nigeria suggested to us, specifically Chief Shupo, Sean Barry, that we should add USA to differentiate us from the forged one in Nigeria. And that's part of the rebranding and the messaging. I agree with you 100% that we should do more to make sure that we extricate ourselves from the bad people who rode on the bandwagon of Nadeco to get to where they are, and they're doing nothing. And we're going to need people like you to help us do that. Jimmy, please note this gentleman and Ayodeji, the guy who spoke earlier. We need to get them to see what ideas they have to make sure that we send this message clear size to the Nigerian people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on real quick, let's pass the mic over. Okay, Doja is right back. We will come back to you after we've gone to Nonso and then Henry. Hi Nonso, how you doing? Nonso, are you there? Okay, Nonso is not there. Let's go over to Henry. Hi Henry. Henry? Oh dear. Please, if you're not ready to speak, do not request for the mic. And Cindy, if you're still here, I'm looking for you. I want to bring you back up here to speak to us. So let's go over to Dr. Barry. Hi, Dr. Barry. Dr. Barry, are you there? What's going on? Am I audible?
La-
Yeah, loud and clear.
Loud and clear. You're crystal. I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Well,
Okay.
if
Yes,
there's
I'm
no
fine.
more
Can you hear
question,
me? I'm fine.
if there's no more question, then let's Dr. Lloyd just give us a closing remark. Then we call it a
No,
day.
Dr. Barry is here. Can you hear me?
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead
we
and
can hear
go ahead,
you.
go, go ahead and ask your question. 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Not take your time too much. I just want to know, this person called Ahmed Bola Tinubu has been illegitimate president of Nigeria, and we have come together to say no to his existence as our president ever. And Nadeku now is coming to say, okay, we want to say no, and we want to take Nigeria back. This same Nadeku, no be for diaspora on a day. Tinubu, they visit that place. They visit Germany, France. They visit all those places as president of Nigeria. None of una, none don't accost this guy. Why can't you guys stop him? If I'm abroad, if I'm in America, the way we are stopping him right here, I'm going to gang up with the people of Nigeria who are anywhere they are and stop him. To tell the authorities of that country that this person you have invited, this person that has come to your country representing Nigerians, is not the legitimate person that is supposed to be president of Nigeria. Posters, flyers, stickers, everything will stand and face them. And I think that is the next thing I am going to do. That abroad, they come there so that we will stop this man anytime when they come there abroad. And I want to know, why have you people not done it? That's just my little tense question. Thank you, sir. God bless you for everything you have been doing.
Is Professor Gold there to talk about that? Moderator, Professor Gold. Professor Gold. Professor Gold.
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah, Professor Gold. Just, just help us answer that question, sir. He was
Well,
asking.
thank you very much. This is another excellent input. I want you to leave this meeting on a very high note that we are doing whatever that is humanly possible to take care of all the suggestions that have been presented to us. What we need to do is to make your contact details available to us because there are certain things that are in line with what you have said that we're already looking into. But we cannot at this point publicly say these things because we cannot really identify who is on the line with us. But be rest assured that your ideas, the ideas presented by you and all other brothers and sisters, friends and friends of Nigeria, We will meticulously take one item after the other and analyze it properly for an appropriate action. That assurance I can give to you. Again, thanks for the wonderful input.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Real quick, let's go over to okay, we have a lady on stage. Let's take Psycho 31. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Psycho?
Three.
Psycho 3. Okay, please go ahead.
Three.
1 minute.
Yes. Good evening, all. My name is Christy, or Secretary, as you see. I just want to ask this question because from the onset, immediately after the election, NADECO was saying a lot of things that they needed to do, how they are going to sanction this, how they are going to come about with interim government. And they were all there sitting and looking at this man was installed in. And now we are talking about how they can remove him or what they can do. I just don't know what anybody can do because all the powers of attorney has been given to this man. So how are these NADECOs in US or wherever going to work to make this thing actualize this mandate of removing this devil in our country? Thank you.
That is another excellent question, but I want to tell you this. We are having this session with the public because we see that some of us are really dampened, worried, see the situation as hopeless. But we have seen that determination, perseverance are some of the critical factors that have made significant differences in the world when it comes to addressing issues of this nature. I'll give you an example. Look at what happened in South Africa. Look at what the slave trade, the issues concerning Black people in America. Certain things cannot just happen overnight. We need to work in a way that we don't sacrifice our brothers and sisters. When it comes to actually carrying out, executing the plan that will lead to loss of life, we have to be extra careful. And so I need you to bear with us that, yes, you have identified one of the key areas we wanted to do, and we looked at it differently because of the prevailing circumstances at that time. We have to be dynamic in our approach. And it's kind of like, we must do this. It's not a do or die, you understand? But we have to be conscious of what is happening and be able to say, how do we go about arriving at doing things differently in such a way that we will not compromise the interests of certain individuals in Nigeria. So it is not over yet. We want you to be strong. There is hope. And that is why if you've been with us here for the last 3 hours, we have identified just what we have shared with you so far is just a fraction of our capacity to deliver. So please work with us. Give us time. The Nigerian diaspora will not let our brother, because a lot of us, millions of people are hopeless in Nigeria now. You want to do something, they send FBI, EFCC after you or the DSS after you. We are aware of those things. And that is why we are receiving calls every day from Nigeria. So please, you are one of the pillars that can make a difference in Nigeria. Don't give up. And we will not let you down. So please give us time and work with us, and I'm sure you will not be disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So real quick, let's go over to Truth.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the privilege to speak. I greet you, NADECO executives here. Thank you very much. You've bolstered my resolve, my confidence that we can take back Nigeria. I really appreciate you guys for coming up here. Quickly, let me just speak to two things. Firstly, what's the website? I think one of you mentioned there's a website for liaising with the NADECO team. So if you could kindly drop that again, I would love that. Thank you. And then secondly, I think that demanding for Tinubu's resignation is shooting ourselves in the leg. Why? Because if he resigns, Shetima is empowered by the constitution to take over from him. And the goal here, I believe, is taking down APC from top to bottom. They are the engineers of everything that has happened to Nigeria so far. I mean, Nigeria was at a bad place, but 2015 counting down, they have brought our economy down. They've brought us politically down. They've ruined our image across the world. And Tinubu is coming to put the nail in the coffin. So I think that I think you guys should take this under consideration. Demanding that Tinubu resigns is not. They need to go. Simple. APC needs to go. Tinubu needs to go. The entire cabal needs to go. Everybody must go. The system must be restructured. There must be a great reset in Nigeria. That's our goal. That's the point here for me, because by the grace of God, I happen to have some dealings with the government. The civil service is corrupt. You cannot effect any reform in Nigeria. You cannot talk about an election when you cannot talk about electoral reforms when the people who are going to implement these things are if there's a word worse than rotten. That's what I used to describe the situation in Nigeria. So it's terrible, So that Tinubu resigning for me, I think shouldn't be on the table. The structure must be brought down and done with. Thank you very much.
As a matter of fact, we are determined to go beyond what you have just said. Remember, I said that what we are saying, we're not going to do. There has to be restructuring. It is the institutions are weak. How, if you remove Tinubu, what do you do with the INEC chairman? Are you going to leave him there? And the answer is no. Are we going to continue to have the same process of appointing judges and justices in Nigeria? The answer is no. Let me tell you this. There is a process in place for us to take a look at the existing constitution. Because if there is no deliberate, direct, practical evaluation of the existing constitution, it doesn't matter who you are going to change tomorrow. You understand? So we are looking into that matter as well. Because if you do not take care of the structural deficiencies in Nigeria, it's going to be like you're wasting your time. So we'll address key issues, and those issues will be made public in due course.
Sorry, sir, if you could just drop the website again. Thank you. There's this website you mentioned.
I think we need to type it so that others can see. It's David
Okay.
Right.
All right. Thank you for that. Truth. I'm not sure who's meant to go next. Miss Pearls, you have the queue. I'm not sure who's meant to go.
Okay, next we'll have Avril, and then we'll have Dodger. Over to you, Avril.
Hey, thank you, Miss Bells. Thank you, Jimmy, for putting this together, and for the NADECO man. Thank you so much for your time.
Is Avril
Yeah,
speaking? I
can
can't hear
anybody hear
anything.
me?
Loud and clear. I can hear Avril. She's speaking. Pearl, do you want to drop and I'll pull you back real quick?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, guys. Miss CRO3. I don't. It's not like I'm addressing you personally. I kind of sense some mistrust in some of the things. Not even you. Some people have come here to say NADECO this, NADECO that. You see, the things they have said so far, right? Someone who doesn't want to help us out will not be saying such things, because they are talking to the point, like the points that Tinubu don't want you to talk about, to his crimes, and. One way to ensure that something like this succeeds is when you get involved. Do not leave it for them. Do not wait like it's only them that will handle it. Do your part, get involved, fight this fight with them. You ensure that everything is done right. Sir, should we be adding you to
Jimmy, I can't hear anyone.
Bishop,
Anyone speaking?
yeah. You can drop and come back, just the way Pearl did now. You can drop and come back. I'll pull you back
Oh
on.
my God. So
Yeah, go.
I was asking, sir, we tweet every morning trying to embarrass Tinubu. Should we add you? Should we copy you guys? Would you think we're a nuisance if we do that? Should we add you to our tweets every morning, calling out Tinubu, tagging all the world leaders, and making it clear that anybody that stands with him is standing with a criminal? We have begun to do that. Should we copy you? Should we tag you when we do these things?
You can.
Okay.
You can.
All right. So can you explain just in 1 minute?
But remember now, one of my colleagues, my partners, said we are trying to ensure that specific cells are created in each of the 6 geopolitical areas. So we'll be reaching out to you when you are communicating with us. Provide all relevant information so that we can keep in touch with you
Yeah,
as we
we
continue.
have been doing this for a while, embarrassing him everywhere, respectfully letting Biden know that we know that Tinubu is a criminal and you are working with him. We don't want to make an enemy of Biden, but that doesn't mean we won't call him out and make it impossible for him to work with Tinubu. Please, can you because the whole time I heard you speak in trying to take our country back, you were only alluding to Tinubu's crimes. Please, can you help me explain to the House why you are focused on his crimes and not hunger and not even the electoral act and all that? You have mostly focused on Tinubu's crimes, and I've had a problem trying to explain to Nigerians why this is what we must do. Can you please explain why you are laser focused on his crimes, sir? Thank you very much.
Thank you. First and foremost, when the egg is rotten, a whole lot of things will not be in place. Right now, there are key issues in Nigeria. We have very high inflation. We have very high unemployment. Millions of youth are out of jobs. Okay, and then we have another key area that will move Nigeria to the next level is education. You know that the educational area is underfunded. There's a whole lot of things there. So that is why I've also said there has to be a structural reevaluation. And we are emphasizing on Tinubu because if we don't deal with him directly, what is happening in Lagos will be replicated at the federal level. You understand? And above all, we know the power of the presidency. He literally in charge of everything in Nigeria. And that is because of the way the constitution is written. So it's not necessarily all about Tinubu, but Tinubu happens to be the leader, the right plus or minus the illegitimate president of Nigeria. And we have to find a way to remove. And so one of us have already said too, we have also mentioned the role of APC as well. So we will take one step at a time because the process has been on for so long, and that is why we need. This is a collective effort. But there are so many things that Nigerians cannot do in Nigeria. And there are other things that those of us in diaspora cannot do in Nigeria. So there has to be this genuine collaborative effort. And when that is firmly established, the sky is going to be our limit. Okay? I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, sir. You did. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, real quick, let's go over to Dodger. After Dodger, we'll have Cindy. Okay, and Prof Gold, do you want to say something?
Thank you.
Okay, Dodger, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'll just conclude my previous submission, but before I proceed forward, I'd just like to say this, and I'd like to put it on the record. And I'm putting it on the record, as a knowledgeable Nigerian, Tinubu is not going to resign. You see, people don't resign from political offices in Nigeria. Those who resign are like outliers. Not to talk about offices where get there via an election. In those states, we have a governor who cannot carry out the functions of his office, a governor who is sick, very sick. That's a governor who was one of those who were at the forefront against Yaradua when Yaradua traveled sick and refused to hand over. He's doing exactly the same thing Yaradua did now. He's not resigned. So let's not try to, would I say, dissipate energy in wrong directions. Tinubu will not resign. The worst you can do, or the worst that can happen, is maybe you have some sort of something similar to what happened in Niger. That's the only scenario where you can leave. But saying he will resign, I think you'd rather die first than resign. I think now that we've put that out of the way, the work I believe that NADECO is doing a lot and needs to be encouraged, but I believe that the energy, NADECO should dissipate its energy on trying to finish the work, what is left of the work in Chicago and in the USA. the FBI records, all those other things. NADECO can use that court system and bring it out for the world to see. But with respect to the Nigerian side of things, I believe that Nigerians at the end of the day would have to take their destiny in their hands. But first of all, before we do anything first, get involved in whatever reforms they are doing. Get involved in everything, whatever constitutional amendment, or even if they are trying to deceive us, still get involved and shine light there. If you shine light there, you might just be able to, you know, get those things you're talking about. Because the previous electoral acts, they didn't put a lot of things there. The electronic voting we are also happy about. It was not put there expressly. It was only alluded to. And when something is alluded to and not stated expressly, I mean, you can't be expecting, you can't fight on that. So those are some of the areas when I would say they dribbled us, just like Maradona, took away a lot of our rights. And this is the time for us to, focus on that 100%. As things are currently, barring magic, I don't think Tinubu will ever resign, tender resignation from that office. That's not going to happen. Let's focus on, the electoral reforms. Let's focus on finishing the good work that was started in Chicago. Let's focus on, doing the things we can, you understand, to ensure that we are able to push through electoral reforms.
Okay, Dodge, I think we are losing you.
Can we just have one more questions? Then before you have the questions, for those who are requesting for NADECO website, is www.nadecousa.com. All small cap. www.nadecousa.com. Again, www.nadecousa.com. Go
Okay,
ahead, moderator. Yeah.
thank you very much, Mr. David. So I'll just get Cindy to speak, and then you can respond to what Dodger has said, and Cindy as well. Dodger has said there's no way Mr. Tinubu is going to resign. I would like for you to respond to that, and then respond to what Cindy has to say as well. So Cindy, over to you.
Is that angelic voice?
Absolutely, she's the one. Cindy, are you there?
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, we are Angel, we are hearing you.
Okay. I would like to start my submission by thanking you all for all you're doing and the fact that you understand that here, how do I put it? We in Nigeria, we are like captives. I'll put it straight up the way it is because I usually share with some of us on this space what is happening on the streets. To start with, the media here is not even reporting anything that is concerning us. If you turn off the mainstream media, all you watch is Palestine and war. That is what they are busy talking about. A lot of people, the common woman in the market doesn't know the crimes of Tinubu. I can tell you for free. A lot of people, when you are telling them things we hear on space, is alien to them. So I don't know. But in a nutshell, I would want to please plead with us. Our people in USA, since America is preparing for their election, this is one sweet thing we can sell to those in the camp of Trump. We know Trump the way he is. He would love any opportunity he sees. If we come straight to them and tell them all these things that has been happening, how they switched off the IRF because they saw that the party they felt is unpopular is winning election, and a lot of people that was killed during the election, and how the judiciary didn't even give INEC a tap and doesn't matter. Hello, I hope I'm being
Yes,
heard.
We are
yes, we can
hearing
hear
you.
you.
Go ahead. Go
So
ahead.
there's a common saying that my enemy's enemy is my friend. We just have to make good use of this opportunity for the fact that under Biden administration, they redacted this man's a whole lot of crime that FBI promised to release at the end of October, and all of a sudden they turn around and redacted it. Is a strong point for us, is a selling point that any opposition will blow out of proportion. And if there is a way you people can galvanize maybe the Nigerians in okay,
Anyway,
let me not say more. Thank you.
thank you, Miss Cindy. God bless you. Moderator, I'm just going to respond so that you can call on Dr. Lloyd to recap and give us a closing remark. Then we can end this space.
Dave, can I say something before you speak? Then
go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to. There is something that they are saying about NADECO, which is not true. That NADECO is an Igbo affair or not for respecting people. Just true. That is why from the beginning I said, "My name is Onkeme. I'm not by else I got do. My name is Bookeme. I'm in Yoruba Keme. Or my name Nigeria bigger dominant. Kemena Nigeria bigger dominant. Keme sapom. Moboma besoy.
Shall I respond to that if I'm allowed?
So I can say Boboma besoy and I can back my love. Beautiful. Thank you.
Let Professor Monday finish, and you have like 30 seconds to round up. But yeah, Professor Monday is actually speaking. Go ahead, Professor Monday, please.
Thank you. Okay, now I've concluded. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Professor Monday. All right, in the gold, I sense you have something to really say real quick. I give you 30 seconds, please. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. You see, this bigotry strategy is something they have weaponized. The same way they told everyone is Chinedu. I, as a person, I am an Igbo me a Yoruba girl. So the fact is that what they do because they have absolutely to offer.
Okay, go ahead. We couldn't hear you for a second, but go ahead, please. Round it up real quick.
I think we should go ahead. Cindy seems to be having issues with.
Anyway, wait, let me just.
I was muted. I was actually muted.
You've been going off. Nobody muted you. You've been
really.
You've been off and on.
It's your network.
So
go ahead.
Let me round up by saying that this strategy, this is the strongest weapon APC has. To whenever you are saying anything that makes sense, they will label you. If you are Yoruba, you automatically become Omale Yoruba. If you are not Yoruba, you are IPOB. Or that is what they do. And a lot of people, unfortunately, are buying into this bigotry. I shared some things with Jimmy the other day that I experienced in a bank. It's crazy, especially in Lagos. The bigotry in Lagos is second to none. So whenever you are saying anything that makes sense, you automatically becomes an anti-Yoruba person. So I don't know. That's just what I want to say, that we have to live above that, please. Thank you.
Anyway, let me just say, because after that, I think that will be the last question. So I will just respond a little bit then, and the moderator will invite the executive director of NADECO to give us a closing remark, and I think we're going to end it there. On the issue of bigotry, I want to say that NADECO is all inclusive. They have tagged NADECO as Igbo. They even said Lord Uku is Igbo. Lord Uku is not Igbo. Lord Uku is an Ijaw man from River State. His wife is a full-fledged Yoruba woman. That is Lord Uku. That is the executive director of NADECO. The Patient Williams, who is our Igbo secretary, is an Hausa lady from Nazareth, from the North Central. Okay? My humble self, I'm a full-fledged Yoruba man. Real Yoruba man. I'm a Yoruba gidi, just like Jimmy. Ọmọ Yorùbá tàtà ni mí. Okay. Professor Golden Moore, Professor Gold is Ijaw. He's not even Igbo. He's from the South, from Delta State. So where is Igbo there? Initially, they said it's Igbo. Okay, now when people like me and Jim now came on board, they changed it. They said, "Oh, it's fake Nadeco." So I think what we just need to do is just to remain focused and ignore them. See, when we started, joining issue with them, they will turn into an issue, and we lose focus. So to me, it's becoming a mundane issue to me. I don't even want to engage them anymore. Just we know where we are going. Just stay focused. Then on the issue of Tinubu will not resign, the people of Nigeria, the people that has the power, will decide how they want to send Tinubu away. If they want to force him to resign, if they want to, bring down the government, they will decide that. But our own is that Nadeco will give them all the support, logistic, strategic, everything, including looking for fund to support them to make sure that they change the status quo in Nigeria. We don't care whether he resigns, whether he doesn't resign, that's his own. But we know that when the siege is too hot, look at what happened during the NSAS. He ran away only to come back. Oh, look at my son. Nothing happened to my son. Just NSAS. One thing that Tinubu is afraid of mass movement. That is why he has incapacitated all the activists. He has given them money. He bought them over. Like Lord Uku rightly observed earlier, that Southwest, they lead, when they take the lead when it comes to human rights struggle in Nigeria. They have the history. And Tinubu, he knew that. So he has been able to capture them, give all of them money. So nobody is talking. But like I said in my speech, natural leader will emerge. There are events that will unfold that will compel natural leaders to emerge. The economic situation in the country is not speaking well. These things like this will force natural leaders to emerge. And those natural leaders, they will be the one that will change the status quo. Whether he resign or whether they chase him out or whether they force the military to take power from them and they chase the military away and the real people now take over the government too, something will happen in Nigeria. Our own is to stay focused and to start to continue to plan and plan until we achieve our goal. Our goal is that we want to enthrone real democracy in Nigeria. Not only enthroning democracy, we want to deepen democracy in Nigeria. We want good governance. We want a situation whereby our children will stop going abroad. Our children will stay home. A lot of brain drains all over. That is what we want. And that is what NADECO is fighting for. And by the grace of God, we are going to get it because God sees our hearts. So I'm going to hand over back to the moderator so that the moderator can call on the executive director of NADECO to give us a closing remark and do a recap. Thank you all, and I yield.
Hello. Excuse me. Can I say something real quick? Can I say something quickly? I just want to put something straight. So I'm from Nasarawa State. I am a Egon from Nasarawa Egon local government of
Well,
Nasarawa State.
okay, thank you. I'm sorry, but you are from the north. You are from the north,
Yes.
so it's all
North
inclusive.
middle
If you are
belt,
from
right?
the what is important is that you are from the north. It's all inclusive.
North central. Okay. Yeah, it's all inclusive. Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
All right, beautiful. I think we can have Oh, I think it dropped.
You can call on the big boss to round off. So
Yeah.
you can.
Can you, Mr. Lloyd? Can you request for the mic again so we can get the um we can get your closing remarks, Mr. Lloyd? Can you on the listener section now, so we can just hear your closing remarks. We've gone way overboard.
Mr. Lord,
Mr. Lloyd, are you with us?
it's with us. Mr. Lord,
It's in the listener section. I can actually see him in the listener section.
can you change the status to speaker?
He needs to request for the mic, and he's not doing that. Okay, let me send him a mic if you can see the notification. I just sent you a request to speak, so yeah, I think it should be coming up now. Okay, hold on a minute.
Our able secretary, can you just call him so that you can just hand up this?
Oh,
Okay.
uh, coming up. It's coming up now. It's coming up now.
Oh, it's coming up. Okay.
All right, welcome on board, Mr. Lloyd. Can we have the closing remark from on behalf of the NADECO, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Um, on behalf of the National Democratic Coalition, NADECO USA, I would like to offer a very profound appreciation to all of you for participating in this very, very important meeting. I go first to Jimmy, whose idea it was to put this thing together to allow NADECO to address Nigerians all over the world. I also would like to extend appreciation to Patience and the co-hosts, I think Pearl, Bishop, and all the individuals that made this happen. The people who participated in this gathering are Nadeco's best asset. We cannot thank you enough. I've never seen a thing like this before, frankly. I've never seen a thing like this. We started from around noon, Washington time, and it's 5 o'clock right here. 5 hours later, you have over 1,000 people still listening. And frankly, I'm not kidding. I'm here with an individual from Sierra Leone who was a presidential candidate in that country. No name. I'm not mentioning name, but she participated in listening to the activities, and herself, was more shocked than anyone else could imagine that we were able to stay online for this long. So I thank all of you so much. I can assure you today, though, that Nadeco is a better Nadeco today than it was yesterday, because we've listened to all of you, and we know that it's always not easy to take criticisms easily, but we definitely are a better team after this gathering than we were before it. Um, we also know that Nadeko and the rest of Nigerians had a lot of missed opportunities when the when it was time for us to come out and take back our government, our country, before it was taken by Tinubu, but we didn't. But I tell you this. That we miss those opportunities is making things a lot easier for us now, because a lot of people were saying, no, it's going to get better, it's going to get better, he's sick, he can't do anything, Nigerian people will not allow it to happen, the Supreme Court is going to stop him. All of those things didn't happen, and they exposed the rot in Nigerian system for what it is. So it is better now that we're pushing to flush him out of office. And I've taken into advisement the comment made by one individual that we shouldn't be asking him to resign, because if he resigns constitutionally, Shetima will take over. No, we're not asking him to resign alone. We're asking to flush all of them out, from Senate President or everybody that has made Nigeria the hell that it is today, will be flushed out by the people. And let me say this: for those who are standing on the fence, believing that Tinubu is an impregnable rock, impenetrable rock, an impregnable fence, uh, you're going to be surprised. What is going to surprise you is the power of the people. The
That's
people
true.
are in charge of what is happening. This is the people movement. The people have been able to remove the strongest human beings in the world, and we're championing it. And luckily, we are a coalition. Everybody that has something to do with democracy is part of NADECO, because it's a national democratic coalition. We want all of you to be with us. We want to create a hotline where your ideas will be communicated to us. We also would like a chance to coordinate with you to tell you what we're doing, so that we can receive proper input and guidance. We're not going to do it alone. So I would continue to thank you and thank you everlastingly. And I would urge Jimmy and co to see if this could be regurgitated at some point on a more regular basis so that we can hear from Nigerians and know what they would expect us to do. And they too would know what we're planning to do. And on that note, I would extend my final appreciation to all of you. If I haven't mentioned you specifically, know that we appreciate you and we love you. Thank you so much, and God bless all of us.
Thank you so much. God bless you too. Thanks for your presence. Thanks for your time. God bless you. Let me yield to my co-host to make their final submission before I make mine. Thank you, Miss Bells and Bishop. Over to you guys.
Okay. Man, it's been a very wonderful space so far. This space has just been so amazing. I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to our very distinguished guests who found time out of their very busy schedule to come here and share their great plans with us. It has been a very resourceful space. You need to see my DM. The feedbacks I'm getting regarding this space has been very amazing. And a lot of people are looking forward to have this conversation again, and I'm very glad to hear you say you will come again to have another space with us. So I very much look forward to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Lloyd. Thank you, Mr. David. Thank you, Professor Monday, and every other person who has come here today. My sincere apologies to people. There were lots of people in my DM who wanted to come up here and speak, but due to time constraints, we couldn't let everyone speak. Even as I'm speaking right now, we have lots and lots of people requesting for the mic. My apologies to you all. We will try as much as possible to have another of this space in the nearest future, and we will try as much as possible to make sure those that couldn't speak here get to speak on that space. Appreciation goes to Jimmy as well, and Patience and Bishop, and for every one of us who has made this space possible today, especially Jimmy. Thank you so very much for putting this together. So, guys, I know some people keep saying, "Oh, all we do is to speak and speak and speak, no actions." Trust me, actions are gonna come out of this. This is no longer time for too much talks. Actions are gonna come. Just put your ears to the ground, and when it's time to take actions, ensure you are there at the forefront. Don't wait for anybody. Make sure you are there taking actions as sorry guys, I have a call coming in. Yeah, so guys, um yeah, just to round up, thank you very much everyone for coming here. We really appreciate every one of you. Thank you. Please take care of yourselves. Bye.
Bishop, my man, are you still with us?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm thrilled. I'm happy. I mean, this is the first meaningful space I've attended since the um Supreme Court judgment. And trust me, like I said from the beginning, if you heard me, most of us are here to find closure. We're here for a lot of things, but thank God what happened. A lot of things has been said, a lot of comments, a lot of ideas, a lot of people came. Some people came vented. I mean, I could feel the anger from your voice. But I want to thank everyone for staying from the beginning to now. It's not going to be a space if you are not here. Thank you very much. I want to thank all the leaders of the real NADECO USA. I want to thank you all for availing yourself, for taking our time. It's not easy. Thank you very much. Just to appreciate a few people. I see Teke, thank you. I see you, Simdula. Thank you very much, Archie, Sweet Angel. Thank you, guys. Dr. Royal, thank you, guys. I mean, the magnific dude. Thank you very much, Ken Pella, the future governor of Delta State. Thank you. Just to mention, but a few more in Bolale, I see you. Thank you very much, guys, for being here today. God's will for Nigeria alone. I see you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for always believing in this Nigeria. Nigeria will be great again. I don't want to take up much of our time, but I just want to, if you can, follow the Nadeco leaders up here. I mean, you can go slide into their DM, share ideas with them, tag them to posts, do a lot of things. That's how we communicate, because most of us, we might have an idea tomorrow and then you want to know, hey, what's this guy's handle again? You understand? So you just need to follow them now that we're on the space, and it will make much sense. Thank you very much, guys, for holding the fort with us. I want to promise you that Nigeria will be great again. We will be at the forefront of everything. We're starting something that is great. That criminal will leave. He will be removed. I assure you that. Thank you very much, Jimmy, for making this possible. Thank you, Pels, for always co-piloting with me. I really appreciate you. I celebrate you all. Thank you, and I yield my mic.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, Pearls. And may I let people know that Madam Patience is the um, secretary of NADECO, and they are hoping to receive a lot more people that are willing to join them, of course, for the betterment of the country. Thank you so much, Madam Patience, for what you do. Comrade David, I thank you. Professor Mundi, I thank you for your presence and time. Sacrifices, God bless you. And our executive director of NADECO, Mr. Lloyd, God bless you. Thanks for that. To, kò sí n tó níbẹ̀rẹ̀ tí ò lópin. Whatever goes up must come down. Whatever starts must end. Ìlọ́yà oníbodè àpòmù. Thank you guys. We've been here since morning, and we're doing everything we can to make sure we salvage our country from the vampires that have taken over. We'll do every single thing we can every single time. But I'm going to give my submission. I'm going to give my closing remark. And I want us to listen carefully, because I'm speaking as a Nigerian. I'm speaking as a patriot, someone that wants the betterment of that country.